5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And it's live.
This is Leicester Till I Die TV. Watch and subscribe on YouTube and listen on your podcast platform.
Good evening, good afternoon, good evening, good morning, good night, good eye, hello, wherever you are in the world. One of those will apply to you. One of those nights tonight. I'm not sure where in the world Marty is, but at the moment, he's not in my favourite place. What the hell is he doing? We will find out. Welcome along. It seems only 5 minutes since we were here. Let's hope for a better result tonight. I don't think we're going to. There's a little bit of me thinks this could be our second loss of the season. Like, share, subscribe. If you're watching, do the same if you're watching on catch up. And if you're listening via your favourite podcast platform, as always, thank you very much for lending me your ears. A few hellos, first of all, before we do that, to Tom. We're going to say hello to George. He was in he was in 28 minutes ago. Nice, George. Something like, were you camping? Were you in your sleeping bag outside my door? Wayne is in, driving home, but listening. Well, you are most welcome, Wayne. Can you listen on your radio? I mean, oh no, he's probably on his phone, isn't he? Yes. Yeah. Highlands is in. Hi, Highlands. How you doing? Yayan, is that? Excuse me, I've probably just butchered your name, so I do apologise. Adrian Silva has retired, although he's not going to be announcing it for 13 seconds. Hi, Blue Fox. And the fitness coast has also left. Look, let's just get straight into it. I haven't put these in the right order by any stretch of the imagination. I want to first of all start by saying congratulations to Louis Page, off to the Under-17s World Cup. Is it Under-17s, I believe?
I believe so, mate. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, I think it's Under-17s.
I've just posted, what a shame Marty Cifuentes doesn't believe in him.
I know, I'm thinking that as well, looking at this lineup. Because I'm looking at this lineup and go, a bit of a Page in our team might help us turn the page in one or two positions, right?
Hey!
Straight in with the dad jokes, guys. Straight in with the dad jokes. You're welcome.
But no, I'm just thinking, I think it would make a huge difference. When you're in pick for your national team and you can't make it into the squad. When you look at some of the dross, and I do mean dross, that is in that squad tonight. I think Marty's he's lost it. If we don't win tonight, I am going to be absolutely fuming, and I am going to be starting to think we've picked the wrong man.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, isn't it? Because the problem he's got is we've seen Louis Page and we've seen what he can do, especially in that box-to-box role. I know we played him in attacking mid against Charlton, but I think he was really good as a box-to-box in pre-season, wasn't he? When he came on and got those couple of goals and looked really handy, really progressed the ball well, similar to Jordan James's profile, wasn't he, Chris?
Yes, yeah. Well, let's start with the table. Give me a chance to sort of go, oh, yes. Look, well done, Coventry. Sat there top. What a start to the season. We're nothing if not jealous. We've dropped down one from Stoke, taking over in third. All those teams, I've got to say, are there by merit. They've all had better starts to the season than we have. But we're still in fourth, so we're not kind of, I'd sooner be us than Southampton at the moment.
Yeah, exactly, mate. I mean, to be in fourth place feels a bit of luck, really, a stroke of luck. I don't think we've actually probably been the fourth best team this season by any means. I think we're well in this clump of teams down to 11th place. We've got 15 points, 2 points behind us, right? But it just shows you how tight this league is, and that's why tonight it really is a crucial game for us to win.
Definitely.
Must win for me, must win.
Well, with this lineup, a must win for Marty.
Yeah, I think possibly so as well, mate. I mean, we're going to get into the lineup more in a minute, but just a brief thing about it. I mean, once again, it reminds you of what we're working with as well, doesn't it? But I think there comes a point where we've seen a few things of players hitting their heads against brick walls and not really doing a lot. And you kind of go, well, why are they still playing now?
I'm going to ask you something, and I'm going to ask you, because this was something that when I did the review on Monday night with Steve, I think it was Steve that said to me, what we seem to be doing is giving these players long contracts. Evans signed one yesterday, and then just sticking them back in the...
Yeah, the under-21s. Yeah, it's bizarre. I mean, we've got Hutchinson down the under-18s who's banging in goals. He probably should be playing in the 21s by now. We seem to be a step behind progression everywhere in the club right now. And that's okay when you've got a Premier League squad or something like, we used to have like 4 years ago. We don't anymore. We need to be moving players on, and we need to be blooding the younger players in, because that's what all our money went into, Chris, the training facility.
Yeah, it is. And, we saw how well they did pre-season. And don't get me wrong, is somebody going to get in the squad over Ramsey? Probably not. Over Winks? Probably not. Over James? Probably not. Over AU? Should be. Over Samara? Should be.
Yeah, I think we've seen enough of these players now for over 30 plus games, maybe even 40 plus games, to kind of go, well, we've kind of seen the outcome here. I mean, it'll be the more surprising thing if they perform well tonight, which hopefully will be the good spin on this, right, Chris? But I doubt it.
I doubt it as well. Well, let's have a look at the team. God, let me get it out of my way. Hi, Gray. How you doing? Kevin's in as well. Hiya, Kevin. A lot of them, I think, are going the way we're going. Kevin certainly is. I'm just trying to find a link now. Look, we knew this was going to be a step too far for Ricardo.
Yes.
And Hamza, we were all right with until we saw how good Ricardo was when he came back. And again, where the fuck is Aluko?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Hamza coming back in tonight. I mean, we've got a pretty good standard with Hamza. He'll have one good game a year in this position normally, won't he, on average? It'll be a worldy game, but if there's going to be a game for him to do, it'll have to be tonight, because he started off all right this season. It has started to decline again, Chris, hasn't it? Which isn't helpful to us. We need him as an option.
We do. The other back three, I'd like to have seen Christensen start.
Yeah, I think we might as well entertain the option. Once again, it's about the politics behind the scenes, perhaps who's going to be here and who's not going to be here. But at least he's on the bench tonight, because I was questioning why he wasn't on the bench when we might have needed a left-back option when Thomas got in the book killer day, for example, right?
Indeed. Look, talk to me while I'm searching. Talk to me about Samari.
Wow. I mean, I'll say this. The last game he came off the bench was one of his better showings, but it was only for, 25 minutes. So you can't really read a lot into it. As for a 90-minute performer, I don't think he's given us 90 minutes of performance in his entire Leicester City career, to be completely frank. And has he got it in him? I mean, we hope so. The only thing I will say is on the bench, there's only Skip, right? We can't do Winks as Skip, because that has also been an utter barn fire every time we've tried it. But this goes back to what we were saying at the start about Louis Page, who I felt played that position incredibly well in pre-season, and carried the ball really well. So it's one of those for me where we know the thing. We look at Boober and I get really frustrated with him, because I know there's a player there. It's just he just doesn't want to be there almost, which makes it even more frustrating for me, Chris. So I'm hoping tonight he can go out there and do it. But I must say, we're all a bit deflated with the team we're seeing now, because it is almost like a broken record most weeks, isn't it?
It is. And at the start I thought, hello, this is a guy that he can see what's going on and he can make changes. No. We said the other day that a lot of Leicester City fans are starting to say he's out. Now, I wouldn't necessarily go that far, but I'm certainly having my doubts. Look, I understand. Let's jump to Daka, because I understand him coming back in, because Carranza was next to bloody useless. Striker with one shot on goal. All right, But the thing is, he wasn't even doing what Daka can do, which is closing down.
Well, exactly. Yeah. I mean, Patson, he owes us a lot of good performances now, doesn't he? I thought Swansea was one of his better ones, but he didn't find the back of the net again. And this is going to be a big problem for us. Like, keeps coming up in the fan base. AU was far too defensive to play the role. And then you got Carranza, who's going to take a bit of time to get up to speed and didn't really contribute enough. We were hoping he might get the first goal the other day, and that might burst him into life a little bit. Didn't happen. And then you got Patson, who we're thinking, even if we even get him up to speed now, Chris, he's probably not going to be here next year anyway. So we're looking in a very difficult spot in this forward position, especially with how expensive strikers are. And it's a big concern for me, this.
Oh, I mean, if only, I don't know, I'm going to be a bit think outside the box here. If only we'd got a youngster who's doing quite well and scoring in the under-21s that maybe we've just given a contract to. If only we had somebody like that.
Well, exactly. This is it. I mean, the only thing I could argue with Jake Evans, this is why I'm going to be the unpopular one and the devil's advocate to you, is I think in some of the preseason games, the physicality looked a bit beyond him, which was a bit of a concerning thing. But that is something you've got to work on with your physicality and all the rest of it. But that's the only small caveat of reason I can consider him not being involved now, Chris. Because like you say, and like Kevin's likely said in the chat there, Daka owes us a performance plus a few £1 million, which is probably the true way of looking at it. But I don't know. Maybe there's things going on the training pitch, and maybe we're going to be utterly surprised at half time.
I'm going to be honest here. I don't give a fuck what goes on the training pitch. What I'm bothered about is what goes on when the referee blows the whistle to start the 90 minutes game. Because under Ruud van Nistelrooy, every week he came out and said, well, they're performing on the training pitch. It's just when they go on, the start of a game. Well, make your judgment on the starting of the game, not the fucking training pitch. I don't give a shit, I'm really sorry. I really, really don't. That just annoy me so much. Like, we don't know what goes on behind closed doors. Don't give a fuck what goes on. What I give a fuck is the performance on the pitch. And we've got players there that, James, he's been put into that role. What's wrong with Ramsey? He scored, he hit the post, we drop him. All right, I know there's 3 games in the space of a week, but he is young. He should be able to manage it. Ricardo, I understand, right?
Yeah.
Even though it's Chowdhury, I shouldn't have a Luco in there. I understand that. But Ramsey, if he can't play 3 fucking games in a week, he should never get anywhere near a national team, because that's what you have to do in the Euros and the World Cup. This isn't Jordan James' best position. And then you've got Jordan Ayew on the wing, and he is fucking shit on the wing.
Yeah, it's really frustrating, isn't it? I mean, you've got to look at Ramsey and go, he mustn't be fit. When we signed him, obviously, we must need to be getting his fitness up because he must not have had a pre-season or something. But like you say, it's pretty inexcusable for a footballer, isn't it?
He was playing for Burnley.
Yeah, well, this is it, exactly. So we don't really know, do we? I mean, the other downside is as well, I know people will be like, well, this isn't really a downside. Obviously, Bobby's out tonight because he's got an injury, a minor knock. So there's no way Bobby in there. But then we'd be just as angry probably seeing Bobby in there recently, right?
Yeah, I just don't see.
It's quite hopeless everywhere, no matter what we look.
All right, he's looking at that, and he'll be being very happy for or making those fans that are happy that say, "Oh, that second half performance was awful." But the first half performance was the best we've seen all season. So I'll tell you what we'll do: we'll change it.
Exactly. Interesting, that, isn't it, mate? Yeah, I'd like you. I think we made changes early enough in the last game to think, why don't we start with the same team this time? And also to that notion, Chris, we were only 1-0 up at the end of that first half, and I said this at the end of the last game. Like, if that's the case, then we need to be 3-0 up at half time and then make the changes, right? Because then we're not going to lose the game or drop points, are we?
No, exactly.
Job done. Exactly. Job's done. Do it in 45 minutes.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I am just getting. And I'm the one that's been saying, like, "Oh, come on, it's still better than it was last season." But that team's going to. Look, I hope I'm proved wrong. and I'm sure you'll all come back and remind me afterwards if I am. I think we're going to lose tonight with that team.
I think it's very likely. I mean, we'll get into the whole team a bit later, which might help us out, ironically, on this occasion, because they've got a few changes. But you shouldn't be relying on your opposition to be weaker than what you expect either. So I think what this is, mate, is a real snapshot into what it's like being a Leicester City fan right now. We've got this staleness, which really is rotting our core as a fan base now. And the way the club's been run, unfortunately, has got us in this mess. And it's just such a shame, isn't it?
Yeah, Kevin said, Chris, it's nice getting you on side.
Didn't take long, did it, Kev? Didn't take long, Kevin, mate.
10 games. It was game 11 when Chris finally lost it. I believe in this manager, but overall, things like this are starting to make me think maybe Danny Roll wasn't such a, silly choice.
Well, exactly, yeah. I mean, all I can say to these group of players is they owe us one, and they've owed us one for 2 or 3 years now, some of them. So if you're going to do it, go out there tonight and win this game 4 or 5-0, and please shut me and Chris up. And I really would appreciate it if you could, so we could be proven wrong, because I know they could probably do it. I mean, if you talk about Jordan Ayew being in that left attacking midfield left position, he does cover a lot of ground, but once again, it's just he doesn't seem to make the right decisions. Sometimes goes down a bit too easy, and you're thinking, we need to get that right, Jordan. Do you know what I mean? We can't be having these bitty sort of games now. But it was sod's law, Chris. After all we said, they'll connect it all tonight, and then we'll smack them. But
I hope we do. I hope we do. Just look in here on the BBC website. Striker Evans signs first pro deal with Foxes.
Yeah,
Evans, what were you doing? Don't sign for Leicester. We'll never see you again.
Didn't even think about putting him on the bench as a little bit of a favour. I mean, we've got people on the bench here. We could probably, you could replace Basilko Thomas on the bench. Why not?
Look, there's the bench. There's the bench. I've got to say, Jordan, as well, please change your hairstyle.
Hey, Buzz Lightyear, isn't it?
It is. Bekovic, okay. Akoli, Christensen, Ricardo, not a problem with any of those. Skip.
Should be Page. Should be Page, shouldn't it? Come on, it should be Louis Page now. The problem with Skip is, Chris, he's on the longest contract in the club, and it's like we're completely snookered. Because he's going to want to buy him. I mean, the best thing we could do is try and cozy up some Saudi Arabian clubs and go, he's played for England a couple of times. You really want him to play.
I don't think even the Saudis aren't that stupid. Tell you what, talking about being snookered, I'd sooner have one of the snooker players actually in the team.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's just deflating now, isn't it? I think we're all ready for a refresh. And I mean, Jordan James has brought a bit of that into the team, hasn't he? And we've seen little bits of it from Ramsey, but it's a lot to put on these two players, isn't it? And Carranza's not quite got up to speed yet, and there's a lot of pressure, to get it done quickly, right?
Yeah. And please don't call Vout Faze Fozzie. Foz, that's mine. They're all my nicknames. Please don't do that. Like I say, I understand Daka coming back in because Carranza was a pile of shit, and he wasn't even doing what Daka can do for us. But he's on the bench. Well, Evans, could he not have been on that bench? Monga, Ramsey, Thomas. I mean, you're welcome, Greg. The only thing I can say is the bench looks better than it did against Portsmouth. The problem with that is that the starting lineup looks shit compared to the starting lineup against Portsmouth.
Doesn't it show you the limitations we got in this squad now? You think back to 4 years ago where we were and you go, goodness me, how we have fallen. I mean, that to me on paper looks like a mid-table championship team. And that's what we're looking like we're heading towards, Chris. It is deflating, like you say. I will say on the bench, I'm a bit disappointed not having a central midfield option in there because I don't think you could put Skip on for Soumare, for example. I think that would be backwards going, even by Soumare's standards. He's got to go on for Winks, maybe, but then Winks has been the best midfielder. He'll be doing 90, won't he? So what's the point in him being there? I don't see a place for him. I don't see a place for him in this.
I am starting to look at this decision now, and I am thinking, do you remember Scooby-Doo?
Yeah. I look a bit like Shaggy at the moment.
I wish I would. No, I won't go there. But at the end of every Scooby-Doo, they go up and they pull the mask off, exactly. And it's always the janitor, isn't it? And I just feel like at the end of this game, as we're going to have a fan run on the pitch, go up to Marty, pull his mask off, it's going to be rude underneath.
I knew you were going with that as well. I knew you were going with that. Hey, look, Marty's got more out of this lot than Rude ever did. But it's interesting, like Gray said, that the problem is, Tom, we don't see him in training. I think Rude was saying things about them in training, and then Marty says things about them in training. But the execution in match day seems to be remarkably different to that. I mean, look at Edouard now. He's gone abroad to France, Chris, and he's banging them in. Is it really that important that, what we're seeing in training? Or, can you look beyond it?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Gray, to disagree with you. I said earlier, I don't give a fuck what they do on the training pitch. Jamie Vardy did less training than anybody else because of his age, and he still went on that pitch, gave 100%, all right, because of the, Rude and the way it was being played, it wasn't any good for the team. But what is the point? And look, I've worked in sales teams and we've had training, and, I can train them, my staff up to a certain level, and they can, he's looking really good in training, but he's actually shit when he gets out on the phones. So why, what they do in training, I don't give a shit about.
No, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's just like Kevin said there, no one likes to criticise your own team, but we have so much wrong in the club at the present. And this is the problem. This is the top end of what's wrong with the club right now. But it's the things at the bottom that have got us to this situation. And really, I mean, I'm still quite pro Marty, as you know, because I kind of think if I was the manager here, I probably wouldn't even be playing a striker at this point. I'd be playing 4-2-4 because I don't see the point in even trying with a striker. I don't think there's anyone who can actually do it. But Marty's trying his best of a bad bunch, right?
You said that because you said the other day about playing without a striker.
Yeah,
if I was manager, I think I'd have been sacked by now because I'd be playing 4-4-2.
Yeah, but the thing is, Chris, it might work because we notice clubs like Preston and Charlton who are doing quite above where they should be because they play two up top. So if we can't score one, why not go two up top? One of them could be AU as a defensive mid, or a defensive forward, which suits his profile. I think maybe Marty's biggest problem here might be he tactics himself into a problem by playing the same thing and not being a bit more versatile and looking outside the box of what we could do with this group. I like 3-5-2.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of 4-2-3-1, although Leicester City do insist on keep calling it 4-3-3. Kevin says, no one likes to criticise your own team, but we have so much wrong in the club at present. Now starting lineup is beginning to sound alarms. And I have said it before. Tell me your thoughts, you two.
About the club. Oof.
Well, I mean, we haven't got time before the show kicks off. And to be honest with you, Kevin, sorry, mate, we haven't. I know what you're saying. No, we're not playing with nobody up top now, but at least Daka was busy enough to keep a couple of their defenders occupied, which is more than Carranza was doing. He was keeping their strikers occupied at the other end of the pitch. Yeah. I just don't know. Look, talk to me about this. I'm going to go off and try and find a stream. So talk about this.
No worries, man. I'll take you through the whole team side. The only good news tonight is, guys, they're missing two big players for them, which is probably a little bit of a bonus for us. As you might notice there, the third highest goal scorer in the championship, Oliver McBurney, is out tonight. He's not even on the bench. He's got a knock. So, phew, because he has scored 15 goals in 14 games. So I'm pretty glad he's not playing because I'm pretty sure he was bang on to score against us with that sort of record, right? So Miller's come in to replace him. He's a little bit more inexperienced to that. And then you look at the right back position, Drama's in. Their captain, Coyle, is on the bench because he's got a knock as well. So they're down their captain. Hughes has taken that role. But then you look at their team and they've got a lot of championship players of a younger pedigree, and a lot of them moved around a few clubs like Giles, the left back, Ajayi, the centre back who played for West Brom, obviously, as well. That central midfielder whose name I'm going to try and tackle, Hadzimetovic, who comes in on. I tried. I mean, the commentary will put me wrong in real life, but he's coming on loan for Besiktas, and apparently he's very good with the ball. He's been very good at passing, so that's something to look out for. And then Joseph and Gelhardt have been pretty impressive for them so far. Joseph in particular on the flanks. But really, I'd look at this whole team today and go, rather than what we start with, this is the whole team that is weak and substantially for the one that played Birmingham. And their manager suspended tonight. He's going to be in the stands. Of course, there was a scuffle at Birmingham with the manager, Chris Davis. There were some unpleasantries suggesting about where people should go and live in places like this. So, so there's going to be that for them to deal with as well tonight. So really, it's one of those where you go, well, it's a game that really should be in our hands, irrelevant to who we put out there tonight, because Hull have got their challenges going into this game. So, but yeah, they're a decent team, mate, and obviously they've won 2 in a row coming into this, and it's a big home night for them against obviously what we would be viewed as a scalp as well. So
carry on.
Yeah, I'll carry on, mate. No worries. I've got some more bits down here as well. So, obviously, long-term injuries to them haven't helped them either here, guys. They've got Lundstrom out, who's a good central midfielder. Casey Palmer, we know from Bristol City and Coventry. He's out injured, which is a good bit of news for us as well. That's why Crooks is an attacking midfield. The Algerian winger Baloumi's out as well. He looks very handy. So, I think we're quite fortunate once again with this injury situation. But like you say, they're performing really well. They scored 3 goals at Birmingham last time out. I think both teams will probably score in this tonight. But like you say, the frustration of us getting another draw after draw after draw after draw after draw is going to feel like a loss for us, isn't it? So I think we're going to have to hope more than anything else that Miller's not going to be particularly up to the standard of McBurney for one, and hopefully that'll give us an edge into it. But yeah, very difficult game away from Hull tonight under the lights. So we'll have to see how it goes.
At the M&M Stadium.
Is it called the M&M Stadium now? Whatever it's called.
It's called MKM Stadium, but when I look at it, I always think of M&Ms.
Yeah, they used to call us the Crisp Bowl, didn't they?
They did. Well, that's what we were nearly... Remember, we were nearly called the Walker's Bowl. Oh,
imagine if they'd done that. That was such an American thing to do. I mean, oh my goodness me! It wouldn't put it past Leicester to have done that at the time.
No, because we weren't under these owners or anything. So yeah, we would have been
the KP Bowl, the KP Nuts Bowl.
Yeah, Casper's in. Hi, Casper. I can see Monga coming on. I hope so. 2-1 Hull. I think, yeah. I think our defence is mainly not playing for the badge. Yeah, I mean, this playing for a badge, at the end of the day, you should be playing for your wage. I don't, I understand what fans are saying, but Valtfe's not paying for the badge. Why should he? He's not English. He's not from Leicester. He's playing for his wage, and that wage is being, paid by Leicester City. That's what he should be playing for, not the badge.
Well, he should be putting 110% in, shouldn't he? Yeah.
The badge is the club, and he should be playing for the club, as I say, because that's what paying his wage. 43% chance of us winning tonight, thanks to my little Chinese friend AI.
Yeah, do you know what the last time result was when we played at Hull, out of interest, Chris, 2 years ago? Do you remember what the score was?
No, but you're going to remind me, hopefully.
I am. It's what I've predicted tonight. It was Hull City 2, Leicester City 2. So it looks like another draw's probably on the cards here. But and then we lost the home game 1-0.
Do you remember when Hull got promoted and there was I think it was our first game back as champions, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And they'd only got about 11 fit players and they beat us.
Yeah, that was just when I went, this has really fallen off a cliff after like the best thing ever, hasn't it?
Well. Well, yeah, let's. Oh my God, help us! But yeah, so the probability stats say it's going to win. Look, a lot of people, and I said this the other day to you, didn't I? How a lot of fans are going like, "Well, we should be beating this lot. If we can't beat this lot, then we shouldn't be playing football." Look at the stats there.
Yeah, I know they scored more goals than us, haven't they?
Yeah. 1-1, drawn, lost, won was the last 5 games. Drawn, won, drawn is us. The last, the last 5 home games for Hull: 1 drawn, 1 lost, 1. Our last 5 away: 1 drawn, 1 lost. So pretty much equal on that. If you just taken the last 4 games, they're in 4th, we're in 8th. Obviously, the proper league's different. Change this around slightly. I've now put in up there, and for both teams, the XG to score goals and also the XG to concede goals.
Interesting. Yeah, so they're conceding nearly 2 goals a game, which hopefully will give us an advantage in some way.
Although we've nearly conceded 1.5.
Yeah, exactly. This is the interesting thing, isn't it? I mean, it's funny because everyone says on paper we should be beating this team because of Leicester and all the rest of it. We lost to Preston, and we lost to Preston because they were better tactically than us, in my opinion. I don't think they had the better players even, actually, as well. I think they were tactically better. That's the thing. I mean, the only good thing is that Hull will match up against us and go 4-3-2-1 as well. 4-2-3-1, sorry, you know. Maybe we should try it the other way around. It might be more fun, actually. But yeah, so that's the only thing possibly in our favour here. I think when teams match up against us, we're more likely to get a draw than we are to lose.
Indeed.
Yeah.
They have look, they've scored a lot, 17, but they've conceded 18. So we know they are susceptible at the back.
Yeah, and it's a sort of night and a sort of season so far where you go, we need Fatawu to be hitting some worldies still, don't we, Chris? Because I think when Fatawu's hitting a worldie, we got a chance to win a football match. The games he hasn't hit a worldie are the ones we haven't won. We've been drawing. We beat Charlton, Fatawu worldie. You know, we beat Swansea, Fatawu worldie, right? And a James one as well. I mean, that's the challenging thing here for me, is that we're going to have to see him perform his best. And recently, I think he's been trying so hard. I think he's been over kicking stuff, over crossing the ball. And I think he's started to get a little bit, overzealous with what he's doing. So I just hope he can find that balance tonight of what makes him the player we really rate. Because other fans are looking at him going, he should play European football, Fatawu. Worry for January.
Well, yeah. Clean sheets, they only kept 2. Team rating, we're better. AI prediction, though, is an away win. But Stat Zone are saying Leicester City to draw, no bet.
Yeah, I think Leicester City to draw, no bet. Stat Zone is probably the right answer here, isn't it? I mean,
it is. In fairness,
it's sad. I feel surprised if we do win. I think there's a lot of us in the chat saying we're half expecting to either lose or draw, but I think we'll be mostly surprised if we win, which is quite sad, actually.
It is. It is. I've gone 1-1.
Yeah, so we've both gone for a draw tonight, haven't we? Yeah, I've gone 2-2. Yeah, which is interesting because I've noticed this season we seem to be matching up with some results from 2 years ago, oddly. So I'm just going to start copying them across.
I hate to predict again. I can't predict us to lose, but I think the way we're playing, it will more than likely be a draw for me.
I mean, the only way let's look at this back to the last game, the great first half we had last time out, to try and put things slightly more positive heading into the actual game here. That first half was the best half of football we played this season. The problem was we did not score more than 1 goal. What I've been saying about Coventry for weeks is the reason Coventry are top is you look at their goal scoring times. When they're on top, they don't score 1, they score 2 or 3 in quick succession normally, and their game's over. That's it. No one else has got a chance after that. So, look, if Hull can concede on average 1.8 a game, and they generally conceded 18 goals so far, you've got to be saying to the players in that dressing room, right, Chris, I don't want to see you here at 1-0 up at half-time. I want you to see 2 or 3-0 up at half-time here. Because then also you can go back into the cycle of, look, let's make some changes now to save the legs. For some reason, our fitness doesn't seem very good, like we've been saying. So we make sure we play the game in a way which is going to help us benefit that for a longer-term success as well.
Yeah.
We do faff about too much, Gray. You're right. 100%. And Fazer Vestergaard do it at the back.
I mean, well, against Portsmouth in the second half, we were just booting it wildly anywhere.
Well, we completely lost our heads, Chris, because it was like the Wrexham game. I went utterly bananas at full time because the first half showed us exactly how to get through the team. And at half time against Portsmouth, the first thing I'd have said to the players is, they're going to come onto you. They're going to do this. And we want them to, because look what we did in the first half and counter back against them doing what we've already done. You're going to kill them. What did they do? They lost their heads and started kicking it long.
You said, and I think Steve did as well, that Martis coming out and saying that what I'm telling them to do at half time, they're not doing.
Yeah, a couple of times it's happened now. Everyone's been saying his substitutions have been wrong as well, but I don't think it's that. I think they're not, making the thing work that he's saying. That was a really bad sentence. Doing his instructions. Oh man, I've had a long day today. They're not activating his instructions properly. We'll go with that.
But if you're not doing what the manager is saying, I mean, it's like, again, I go back to when I was managing a sales team. If I said, you have to say this as your introduction, and they're not saying it, they get pulled up about it.
Yeah, exactly. That's entirely it. I mean, I think you've got to do that. I think you've got to call them out. But the problem is as well, Chris, for some reason, he's not dropping these players. You've got to drop them as well. You've got to kind of make them feel like it. But then do they want to be dropped? That's a really worrying thought for me. It just came into my head. But we talk about Nelson in the chat. Why isn't Nelson had another look back in? It surely is a bit of time for him to have some redemption now.
And this is the thing. You can't turn around and say, well, look at the players he's got. And look, maybe, you could argue, let's say, for example, this team today, that he has, he's dropped a couple, for them, Aaron Ramsey not doing what he was told, or this person not doing what they were told. And we bring the shit in because you're having to bring the likes of Samare and Nayu back in. But then we have got other options. Yeah. We have got Louis Page.
Yeah.
James back to where Samare is, Page in the middle there. Silko Thomas on the wing.
Why not? Why not? I think fans would be a lot more forgiving of them if they did end up losing a close game, and had a go. They'd be a lot more forgiving than the players we know have let us down too much, right? I think that's the difference now. It's like, it feels like we're kind of chasing after an ex-girlfriend here we know is not interested in us, and we're kind of not interested in her either anymore. It seems a bit daft.
Yeah. No. I agree. Do you remember that fateful year a few seasons ago when Forest smacked us in the FA Cup?
Oh, yeah, the game I said that was the beginning of the downfall.
The FA Cup game before that, we played Watford.
Yes.
Within the COVID period. And I have to say that there was a lot of players missing, and we played a lot of the youth. And we were playing Watford, who were also a Premier League team at the side, and we beat them.
Yep.
And the youngsters put up a really, really, really good show.
Yep.
And the next time, by the time we played Forest, all the big players were back, and they stuffed us.
And Forest were in the Championship then, don't forget, guys.
Exactly, they were, yeah. So, why not give the youngsters a chance, for God's sake?
Yeah, well, that's it exactly. Yeah, I think at least it will refresh the fans' minds, a bit as well. And the problem with football nowadays is, of course, we all got a platform. We got a platform here. Social media gives every fan a platform. And I've gone around this week looking at Leicester forums and all the rest of it, to see what everyone's saying. And there's already this anti-Marty thing building up. And I think a lot of that is coming from perhaps the rigidity in one system, and also the fact that he's repeating playing certain players that are proving not to be doing it over multiple games now. Right? I understand he might view we haven't got other options, but like we say, it goes back to, we've put the youngsters in. If they mess up, we're going to be much more forgiving of them, aren't we?
We are, but just the way you've just described Marty then is almost how the way we described Rude last season.
A little bit, yeah, except Rude was 10 times worse, luckily. But yeah, I know what you're saying. It's funny, though, because the Queen's Park Rangers fans that came on and spoke to us before we appointed Marty, they said the same thing. Really nice guy, really liked him. Bit stubborn in his tactics.
There's a thin line, I suppose, between stubborn and sticking to your beliefs, I guess,
Yeah.
And it is a thin line. But I don't know. He's just. Shall we have a look at some stats and see if that cheers us up?
Chris, please try.
There is the sound of a Leicester fan in distress.
I must say, thank you to Casper in the chat, who's saying he thinks we're going to finally get a win tonight. Thank you, because I really want someone to lift me a bit as well. So thank you for that.
Hull have only won 2 of their last 9 league meetings with Leicester City. Drawn 3 and lost 4. 2-2, and the most recent, like you just said before, 2-2. Leicester have only won 1 of their past 5 league trips to Hull.
Yeah,
that cheering up didn't last long, did it? After their 1-0 win over Sheffield United, Hull could win back-to-back home league games for only the second time since the start of last season. Last doing so in March. Yeah. Leicester have won as many of their 5 away games So I'm having your problem here, aren't I? Leicester have won as many of their 5 away games in the Championship this season as they managed in 19 on the road in the Premier League last term. So, yeah, that's something to kind of look forward to. Oh, I know. I don't need to talk about Ollie McBurn because he's not playing. Look, I'm just going to go before I start doing the first half to because I've got some plants that need watering and a cup to fill here. So, can I leave you to garble away for a few minutes, sir?
Absolutely, mate. You go make sure those plants are watered. See if you can locate that parcel from Every as well. If anyone works at Every, you owe Chris a parcel.
It was stopped. It was dropped in the picture, the proof of where it was left. It was still in his fucking hand.
Yeah, 100% equal, isn't it?
I can see from the picture. It's in the car park.
It's in the car park. You go down there, and someone's had it. Probably a seagull, knowing where you live, mate.
Oh, exactly. But you certainly don't leave a parcel there. I've got 2 doors. No, let's leave it in the car park.
Yeah, unbelievable. Go water your plants.
They do, and they do indeed, Gray. They do indeed. Right, over to you, sir.
No worries, mate. Blue Fox, great shout there, by me. That'll cheer me up. I know we're talking about football, but we've got to chuck it in there for us Canadians and Toronto boys. Well done, Blue Jays, making the World Series last night, winning a Game 7. As a big Toronto Maple Leaf fan as well, Toronto winning the Game 7 was a shock to me. I was nearly in tears. I couldn't believe it. Unbelievable for the city, right? So hopefully we can take some of that positivity from that and take it across into Leicester tonight, guys. But hey, Jim's in as well. George, tonight's Daka's night's 2 goals. I'm pretty sure Daka's about 300 to 1 to get a hat-trick tonight, lads. So if you've got a pound spare, why not? I mean, he's not done it since Moscow, has he? And since then, Moscow aren't allowed to play in the same competitions anymore because of world events, which shows how long ago it was. But why not, you know? Got Dark Knight in with the Hamza stuff. Don't overdo the Hamza stuff. You can have one go at it. We don't do any spamming, all right? We know you love him and he's great, you know, the rest of it. So Keith Webster's feeling was scrumpy. Yeah, I mean, and also there were some comments there about getting us pints. If you see me with a pint of Guinness Zero at halftime, you'll know how well this is going. I won't hit the heavy stuff yet because we've got some more baseball games coming up. I'll have to be focused on come Friday, and some Leaf games coming up. But anyway, yeah, hopefully, boys. I don't know. I mean, get it in the chat, guys. Get your predictions in the chat tonight. What do you guys think? It's felt a long day to me today preparing for this game, and I just kind of look at it with a bit of jaded eyes now. And it's one of those things where you can look at the fan base and go, look, you know, they're being unreasonable to be jaded. You know, I think sometimes players can, you know, do that. I think sometimes clubs can do that. And I think sometimes fans can be that. But I think right now we've got every right to feel a little bit jaded. And I'm not particularly going to point at Marty yet. I still think Marty is trying his best. I like him as a man. I think his leadership qualities and the way he talks about it is much more refreshing than Ruud van Nistelrooy. But yeah, I still think that we kind of need the team to uplift the club tonight, and I really want to see them go out there and do it. And the thing that gets you is that you know they have got it in them. You know, even if it is Jordan James scoring another wonder goal, because he's been lifting us individually on his own recently. So yeah, and like Gray said there, thank you, Gray. Remember, no guys, no spoilers of any description. Yeah, keep yourselves out of trouble, guys, because you want to see Chris's reaction to these things. Because as you can see, heading into this first half, there's a bit of tension in the air, perhaps. Looking at the league table, of course, if we lose this game, we could end up all the way down, probably about mid-table. If we win it, we could end up into like 3rd place, possibly, right? Depending on other results. So that shows you what sort of division we're in. And also it shows you how the Championship has managed to get tighter somehow. You think Ipswich a couple of years ago got promoted from League One and got straight back up to the Premier League back to back. Somehow managers are finding a way tactically to compete against clubs. And you've got Southampton now down near the bottom with lots of possession and seemingly unable to score a goal. So, you know, it's a very difficult league for that, but we got to hope tonight that we can do what we know we should be able to do, and that is get some finishing, get some goals in the back of the net. If it's 1-0 at half time, I might even go mad. I might even have a really angry half time, because I think now we've got to be looking at getting 2 or 3 up at half time to start making this easier for ourselves so we can actually get 3 points, right? James is pivotal. Gray Fox, you're 100% right there, mate. And then we got very important game from Richard Gray. Manager's good, some players failing. Yeah, I'd agree with that totally. That's where I am right now. I think the players need to give 90 minutes of performance. I think last time out we saw 45, maybe 60 at most, right? And seriously, it's going. Blue Fox has gone 2-1 for Leicester tonight. Don't forget, guys, get your predictions in the chat. And the man himself is back. How are your plants, my friend?
My plants are well watered.
No worries, mate. I better go and start watching the game. And I've already warned people, if it's 1-0 at halftime to Leicester, I might go mad. I want 2 or 3.
If it's 1-0 to Hull, We'll be going mad. I'll see you in a bit, mate. All the best.
Cheers, guys. See you later.
Yeah, cheers. Oh, there we go. Thanks a lot to Tom. Couldn't think of his name then. For keeping the chat going. Right, let me just get this all set up and ready to go. No spoilers. Remember, we're all at different times for the match. Gray is in. Gray is in the house. Gray will not stand any nonsense. It's like that stepfather you never liked. And now, just at that moment, that thing fucking freezes. Oh, don't you just love it? And they're all in a huddle at the moment. So Hull are going to kick off, kicking from left to right. Orange tops, black shorts, and orange socks at the M&M Stadium. I know it's MKM, but M&M's funnier. Once the referee gets his act together, and we're away. Finally. Leicester all in blue. Sorry, Leicester are actually kicking from left to right. Hull are kicking right to left, but they played the kickoff, went straight back to the keeper. Very unimaginative kickoff, to be honest. There we go. So, Stolarczyk thought about kicking it long and then kicked it short, but it does go out for a throw-in, and which Thomas will take on the far side, just about 23 yards. He keeps walking. 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. He'll make it to the halfway line in a minute. Yeah, they're just saying, of course, this time in the last game, we'd already got a booking. 38 of you in, please smash that likes button. And if you're new, please do subscribe. Once again, it's back to Stolarczyk. Goes out to Thomas on the far side. So we're back where we were 5 minutes ago. Plays it upfield. Oh, no! Adaka was away then. The whole player went down and the ref blew his whistle. That was not. That was just a. That was part of the game. Surely, come on. Just to come in, yeah, like they're just saying, they're coming together. You would have been away then, Daka. Thank you, Scott. Scott is also modding this evening. A long ball over to Fatawu. Oh, he just didn't control it well enough. And now Hull come away down this left-hand side. Oh, Chowdhury, good defending there by Chowdhury. just inside our own half. Yeah, Fatawu tried to do his normal cutting in on the inside, but he just didn't have it under control. So, played across the back for Hull. Going over now to the far side. Being forced back by Leicester. So coming forward, Hull. Yeah, it's all going on in Leicester's half, as the guys just said. Now Miller down this left-hand side. Chowdhury's. Oh! The ball went all the way through there. They haven't got it away yet, Leicester. Chowdhury making a mess of it. Oh my good God! Talk about fucking luck. Couldn't clear the ball there. Oh. Oh. Leicester though. Oh, then Fatawu loses it. Now. Oh, no. 1-0. 5 minutes gone, and it's 1-0 to Hull. Fatawu lost the ball. One 0 to Hull. What a start for Hull. And you can't say they don't deserve it. Six minutes. I mean, you can see it coming. Again, you could just see it fucking coming. Fatawu, twice Fatawu gave the ball away. I mean, it was a huge, quick break. We're not going to get back into this. Exactly. That's all we're doing. Crossing for Leicester. No. Two Leicester players went up for it then. Or Fatawu. No, he's not lost it this time. Winks chipped into the box, but it's over the head of everybody. Same old, same old. Faze with the ball over the top. I mean, Daka running after it like his life depended on it, but just a shit fucking too hard, no purpose on it. Was nowhere near Daka. Daka really had to run for it. So, it looked like Marty is not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. Millwall are beating Stoke 1-0. So this would have been a chance to have gone back. Samare running out with the ball when he could have cleared it. He's not fucking Messi. But he did end up getting a free kick, and we've got another one here. Fatawu. Fatawu's lost it again! So it's 10 minutes gone. Fatawu's lost the ball 3 times. Yeah, we discussed that at the start. There's a whole player off at the moment getting some medical treatment. So Hull down to 10 men. I don't think we could beat them if they were down to 7. Winks. All the way across. Thomas. Ayew. Thomas. Vestergaard. Chowdhury. They're down to 10 and we're petting around with the ball. Chowdhury. Now, gave it away. And here come Hull again. Down this left-hand side. 6 against 3, 7 against 3, and he got his shot away. I mean, we had 7 defenders, they had 3 strikers, and they still got the shot away. It did indeed. Oh, I say Chowdhury put his head in there. Now Fatawu, let's see if he can actually do something with the ball. apart from give it away. Oh, look, he can pass it all the way back to Faze. To Samari. Thomas. Back to Samari. Winks. Vestergaard. You can see where this is going. Chowdhury. Vestergaard. Faze. Vestergaard. Samari. Winks going to get the crossing. Thomas put a good cross into the box. AU wide. Should have scored, AU. Only won one of our last 5 league trips to Hull. Pataru. Again, poor ball. Couldn't find AU at all. So it was a free kick to Leicester. Pataru. Back to Wout Faze, who took the free kick. He'll play it back to Fataru. Back to Faze. Fataru's got it again. Chowdhury. Back to Faze. In fact, too hard for Faze. Vestergaard. Ball forward. Jordan James. That could have been a penalty. Oh, Winks gave the ball away. And now it's a free kick. Vestergaard. Was that a penalty? He went down. He did go down. I'm not sure that was a free kick either. Nice play by Hull down the far side. Oh, Vestergaard getting a good challenge in there, putting it out for a throw-in. We should take quickly on the far side, Hull. And it's gone all the way back to their goalkeeper, who's way out. Of course, Hull can just sit back now and say, Leicester, come at us. And of course, if we come at them, that's going to leave us well open at the back. Now James to Fataru. Oh! That was a good effort. That was a lovely move there by Leicester. Fatu was down the right-hand side, thought it was going to go out. Chowdhury got to it, and Daka was blocked. That was unfortunate. A lovely ball from Hull from one side of the pitch to the other. Controls it well, but gives it away. Sumare gives the ball away. Oh. This is going to be 2-0 if we're not careful. Again, Thomas has got to be careful. The moment it's all Hull coming forward. We can't get hold of the ball, Leicester, and we need to. Because cut back in, but was managed to be cut out. Thomas, get rid of the fucking ball! Honestly. Oh. This is all Hull. This is worrying. We are going back a long way there, Keith, aren't we? Leicester, though, trying to create something. Chowdhury on this right-hand side. Back to phase. I mean, Jordan James takes the ball, turns. Daka. No penalty there for Leicester. No. So I'll arch it now. Let's see what Leicester can do. It's a long way over the top to Daka. Daka's trying to run for it, and he's never going to get it. It's just long balls. Tell you what, if Ollie McBurney was playing tonight, we would be in the shit. And we've got Millwall on Saturday, and Millwall are 2-0 up. Millwall 2, Stoke City 0. Hull City 1, Leicester City 0. All the other games are 0-0 at the moment. Apparently we've had 4 shots. So there's just a little bit of
What, Chris? Why are you laughing for? Why are you laughing for?
I'm laughing because we're so bloody awful. If you don't laugh, you bloody cry, wouldn't you? There's going to be a sub now for Hull. Kevin, I mean, he's not. He's all right. Yeah, we know what Daka's like, but you could replace the 11 players out there at the moment. So the ball in. I mean, why are we not trying the youngsters? Jake Evans just signed a new deal. Why? So he can go and rot in the under 21s. Samare gets the ball off Vestergaard. Thomas back to Samare. Vestergaard bringing it forward. Now Samare lost the ball. I just wish I could tell you there's more, but it's all Hull. Faiz apparently he's called now. Casper. Oh, it's a goal kick off the Tamu. This is an absolutely dire performance. There's no other way to describe it. And they're just staying then as well. Oh, here we go. 2-0, surely. Oh, and he skied it. That should have been 2-0. I mean, Face stood up well, maybe just did enough to put him off, but he should have scored that. Jeez. If they had McBurney, and it's a free back pass to Stolarczyk, plays it out to Faze midway into our own half, turns with the ball. Oh, lucky. His pass wasn't intercepted. Oh, they lost the fucking ball again. Leicester to Fatawa on this near side. No, luckily for us, the ball went out. At the moment, we're up to 8. Hey, true. What's going on at Nottingham Forest then, eh? At the moment, Fatawu 8 times he's given the ball away. I mean, I just don't. Jordan Ayew doing his best to. I love the way this commentator's saying Faiz, but who now? You got the break. So, oh. 2-0. Easy Hull goal. I mean, Stolarczyk kept the ball in. Why? Because he's kept it in, but it went straight to a fucking Hull player. Chowdhury useless. 2-0. We might as well go home now. I don't think you've got to worry about that grade. This side ain't going up. Hull are coming away again. Chowdhury finally gets it with the aid of Sumare. It was such an easy goal for Hull. Two 0 is the most dangerous scoreline in football. Not for Leicester, it's not. Fatawa manages to get it away, gets the ball in, but it was an easy one for Hull to clear. half an hour gone. I tell you what, half an hour gone, and I have to say, Leicester are out the playoffs, by the way. We're down to 7th at the moment. Hull City taking our place. I've got to say, we've got the possession, but nothing else. And you can't say Hull don't deserve it. They do deserve it. That's the bad thing. Children could be going to take the throw in. He is back to Winks, knocks it in. Ooh. I mean, Daka got his head on it. Fatu on the line from 5. Can he get down that side? He can. He gets the ball in, but only as far as the first Hull player again. And Faze with an awful throw in. So Hull, it's like a dog, or let's say no, it's like a cat that's got a mouse, and they're playing with them, and that's what they're doing to us. No. Oh, could have been 3. Could have been 3 again. At the moment, I've got nothing good to say. Chowdhury to Winks. Sorry, Winks to Chowdhury. Back to Winks. Vestergaard. Samare passes it back to Vestergaard. In the centre circle in the Hull half. Samare. Oh, bad ball. He tried to play Thomas in. Oh. Samari doing prime time Messi there. But Samari showed some space there, pace. Ayu now. Plays with Tafataru. He gets on his left. Oh! That's the first time I've actually seen. And Fatawu forced a good save out there, goalkeeper. But then Winks, the ball should have been left to go out. He did. He left it, but then it didn't go out, and they ended up having a shot at our goal. Casper, if you're talking about his run back, he actually did. I've got to say, it pains it. 50 in, please will you smash that likes button? Ayew loses the ball again because he goes past two and tries and gets beaten by the third man. Fatawu was down. He suddenly gets back up. Oh, Chowdhury with a nice turn there. Winks. Samare. Thomas back to Samare. Winks. Fatawu on this side. Gets onto his left foot. Chips into the box. There was appeals for handball there. No penalty though, but whether he caught it with his hands or not, wasn't the best cross in. He's going to try again for Taru. Daka is up. He wins it. James to Fataru on the edge of the box. Chips it into the box and it's headed clear. I didn't say 35 minutes on. Leicester City back into game. Then this is Leicester's first corner. Ayew. Vestergaard at the end of the header, but there's a lot of Hull defenders in there. No. I mean, headed back in, and the Leicester players all stood there. Many people fancy Leicester side to go straight back up. Thomas with the ball going over, trying to find Daka. No, because we didn't get out with it. Leicester actually get the free kick. Daka winks. James was expecting Fatu to run for the ball. Fatu said no. It's no free kick. Hull player went down, but I think he ran into Vestergaard as much as Vestergaard. It's a throw into Leicester. Midway in the Hull half and on this left-hand side. 44 minutes. There will be some stoppage time because obviously we had the break and nearly had a substitution. Oops. Vestergaard's pass didn't come off and Leicester have been forced back. Thomas to Wout Faes. Over the top, long ball again. Four minutes. I wish. No, it's just flavoured water today. Got to be up in the morning. Off to see the granddaughter. Wednesday. Looking forward. Saw her on Saturday, which I wasn't expecting. It was an extra little treat. Supposed to be meeting my daughter, and my son turned up as well with my granddaughter. It was at that very cute sort of 6-7 month stage. But where she just wants to touch everything. Anyway, Sumare again, 2 or 3 players. It was a bad ball off to Chowdhury, but he had got a couple of players on him, and he beat all 3 of them. James, Fatawu, over the top. The flick for trying for Daka, but it was nowhere, in fairness, nowhere near him. No, I'm saying Faiz now. Faiz kept it up. Well, that's what Marty's been saying, and I'm sorry if players aren't listening to him. Another long ball over the fucking top. Look, if they're not listening to him, then he needs to drop them. Now the goal kick is headed back at them by Leicester, but Hull end up with the ball. Chowdhury gets his head on it. Good defending by Chowdhury there. So Hull have it. All in our half at the moment. It's being played. Leicester easily cut that out. Leicester might just have a break here in the last minute. Ayew coming forward. He's running. Wasted. I mean, he ran it in and he just held on to it. Half time. 49 minutes you won't get back. You never get any of the time back when you think about it. 69 in. Please do sub. We'll be back in a few minutes. Let's talk about that half. Don't know who's going to be more mad, me or Tom. We'll find out in a few minutes. Oops-a-daisy. Hang on a second. I forgot to click him. There we go. Although he's probably going to be happy not coming back in.
Yeah, sorry, let me grab the microphone there, Chris. Yeah, this is the 45 minutes that shows to me the culmination of failure that has become Leicester City Football Club. Because for far too many years, we have not held players accountable for poor performances. They're allowed playing time, they're allowed new contracts, they're given mega bucks. They do not care about this. They were walking around again. Goals we conceded, players literally were seeing the ball go past them within a kicking's distance away, and they did nothing. And when we went 1-0 down, We passed it around the back and forth, back and forth. No effort to go and get another goal. I saw my nephew's team play the other day, Chris. He's 4 years old. And I tell you what, the body language of those 4-year-olds and the quality of football was a hell of a lot better than what I saw from that Leicester City team in that first half.
Don't sit on the fence, mate. Come out and say what you think. I've just written down there the most rude-like performance under Marty.
100%, mate. I don't think it's anything to do with Marty either. I think it's down to this group. I really do. I think they're rotten to the core, mate. And it's funny because me and you pre-match had a feeling, didn't we? We had a gut feeling looking at that team lineup, looking at the players, and in our heads we were like, I've had enough of seeing this lot. I want to see Page in the team. I want to see someone else, Jake Evans from the academy. And once again, we get this. And somehow, mate, when you think the fruit is low-hanging enough, they somehow make it worse. That is the worst I've ever seen from them all. And honestly, mate, we should get on the bus and go and give them the 3-0 win. Because if we don't, we're going to lose 4 or 5-0.
Just showing there, I don't know if this leads to a goal. Yes, this led to the second goal. The ball passed from one Leicester player, and I didn't even see who it was, towards Ayew. Didn't get there. Ayew just stood there waiting for the ball to come to him, and the whole player said, thank you, nipped in, got it, and ran with it. I mean, look, I've got to say, I stopped counting after Fatu had given the ball away 8 times.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, exactly. But
what the fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's disconnected. I mean, but I could look at the disconnection, and I still go, the disconnection's got that bad now. The players that used to be able to bail us out, including Jordan James, had a bit of a funny good start to his career. He looks like he's completely isolated. Look like he's lost his care as well. There's something inherently wrong with this group of players. They should be handing in their resignations tomorrow morning and not wanting a penny more from this football club.
I've actually been listening to the Hull commentary rather than the Leicester commentary, because I sometimes think you will learn more by seeing what the other people think about your team, because Matt Elliott will sit there and, you know, he's not exactly the, I'll be honest with you, if he was on the other end of the line, when I rang Samaritan, stood on the bridge and I got Matt Elliott, I'd jump. Do you know what I mean? He does not inspire you at all. No. But what their guy said was, JJ's position, as they said about he's playing in a different position, has totally negated his performance.
100%, because how can he get settled into the team? How can he get settled into that role? But Chris, it's like, that's not even the biggest problem. The biggest problem is just the lack of desire. And Matthews put it there. That it's maddening because they're beatable. There was that clumsy chance early doors where Ayew was tripping over the ball and still somehow needed to manage to get it towards the goal. They could see 2 goals a game, this lot. Why aren't you running? Why aren't you having a go? Why have you not got energy? What is your body language like? You've been told off at school and you're in detention. You don't even want to be there. You don't want to be here. Don't be here. It's that simple. Don't be here if you don't want to be here. Don't play like that. We should get on the bus, mate, and go home. Honestly, 3-0 will be actually a lucky result for us tonight.
Interestingly, Portsmouth 0, Coventry 1.
Yeah, I know. That's told me, it pissed me off even further.
I'm going to say, and this is how bad the rest of the team are, that Samare actually had.
Well, you say that, but he's still soft as baby shit. He got knocked off the ball every 2 minutes.
Yes, he did. And no, you didn't let me finish there, did you?
Sorry, yeah, I'm angry. Carry on.
Yeah.
I'm actually hot.
Cool yourself down. Get yourself a cold shower. He actually, at times, he frustrated me. But I actually saw one moment, which is probably one moment more than I've seen from anybody else. Actually, Wayne, listen to what I'm saying. Let me finish. That he actually did what Vestergaard couldn't, what Faith couldn't. He actually ran back against a Hull striker and won the ball. Now, there was another occasion when he had 2 or 3 on him and he managed to twist out of it and play the ball out. But, Jim, for fuck's sake, will people have the brains to listen to what I'm fucking saying? I'm not saying he's brilliant. I said he had 2 good fucking moments.
I think he's been a 4 out of 10, and the rest of them have been 2s out of 10s at most.
You know, I mean, good God, Wayne and Jim, what the hell am I going to say?
I don't know, mate. Mate, can I say something? Harry Winks, this little loving he had for the past few weeks, watch the first goal again. There were so many mistakes in that first goal. Who was the guy who let the ball roll past him in the penalty area when he could have just stuck his foot out and kicked it away? Harry Winks. Second time in 2 games, Harry Winks could have put in a slight bit more effort. Not much, a centimetre more forward. And we wouldn't have conceded a goal. Twice in 2 games. He's a joke.
We'd only be 1-0 down if it wasn't for Stolarczyk.
Well, but I just look at Thomas as well in the second goal, Chris.
What I'm saying is, if he'd actually let that go out for a corner...
Oh, we'd have conceded the corner with this. Like they wouldn't even jump, Chris. Look at the performance this half.
What I'm saying is, though,
is
that he kept that ball in play,
and
there was no Leicester player there.
Yeah.
So why was he keeping it in play?
Yeah, that's true.
For a corner, let's get the players back and let's defend. Don't get the fucking ball into play when he's got 2 Hull players there, which there were.
Yeah, no, you're completely right, Chris. It goes back to the lack of intelligence we show sometimes, doesn't it? It's almost like the team does something on the training pitch all week and we go, oh, that looks all right. And when it comes to practicality, half of them don't even turn up with the effort to make that work, what they were doing in the week. It's almost like they're like we've got a cheating missus who's saying one thing to our face and then behind our back shagging the next door neighbour, isn't it? Yeah. Honestly, are they working for Coventry? Are they secret agents? What is this madness?
Yeah. Keith says there, why are we passing it long? We are playing the long ball.
No.
Dare I say we're shit at it? Because we're one of those long balls that have been too long.
Well, the reason they're playing the long ball is because every time they tried to play it through, they couldn't play through them either. They were useless. And the way you play through them, lads, you increase the pace, you increase the tempo. How did we score against Wrexham? We increased the tempo. Boom, 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 in. How did we score against whoever else? Boom, 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 in. How did we score today? We haven't, because they haven't been willing to put the bloody legs into it, Chris. Honest to God, it's terrible. It's disgraceful.
At one point, we were playing against 10 men.
Yeah.
And what were we doing with it? Tapping it around the back.
Yeah, yeah.
When you're down to 10 men, make the fucking most of it.
Yeah.
And there was another 12 minutes. I mean, this is in the first 15 minutes, right? That you had that first of all at 10 minutes, and then on 12 minutes, there was 3 Hull players, 7 Leicester City players, and they still got a shot away.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, isn't it?
I mean, if McBurney had been playing, we'd be 4 or 5 down by now.
Yeah, totally, mate. And I think the way it's going, if they come out second half and don't improve, and we've not had a good second half ever, I don't think entirely this season, have we? Oh my God, we're asking for a miracle. It will be 4-0, if not 5-0 this. It will be, I'm sorry.
I'm going to be controversial and say there's only one person to blame for this performance.
Yeah.
And that's Marty Cifuentes.
I'm sorry, it's the club above him, mate. These players shouldn't have been there. This is a rot that's gone on for far too long.
The teams that if we were 2-0 down and you'd be playing Silko, Thomas, Page, Nelson.
Yeah, I agree.
I'd understand it. But he picked this team. He's put the tactics out. Like I said, we're going back to Ruud van Nistelrooy. Every week, the same formation. It's not working.
Yeah.
Marty, I thought, had a plan B.
Yep.
What's he doing with that plan B? Shoved it up his fucking arse and he's sitting on it. He picked this team. He picked those players. He has to take responsibility. And if he comes out after the game and starts saying they're not doing what I'm saying, then he can fuck off back to QPR.
Well, it's a very good point then. I tell you what I would do, because I right now would punish this group, and I would literally, mate, would play under 21 to next game. None of them would play. And I would say, as a collective, you stink. You utterly stink. You let yourselves down. You let your teammates down. You let your families down with how you performed. I'll get that personal about it. Under 21s, I'd play them, Chris. I tell you, the under 21s playing this game. So I might have gone too far though. Yeah, under 21s, they're playing this game, Chris. We'd probably be 0-0 because they would have at least run round a lot more, which is all it would have taken to stop these goals. I went full Cluffy there.
I'm not annoyed with the players. I'm not angry with the players. I'm just very disappointed in them.
Yeah.
There we go. There we go with the father figure. I'm not angry. I'm not annoyed. I'm just very disappointed in you.
Yeah.
That has got to be the shittest first half of the season.
I've not seen Leicester play that badly for a very long time. And the thing that gets me, Chris, but I have. But the difference is just the way that it's little things. Look at how they're standing, Chris. They're slumped around. I mean, Ayu's come back in tonight, and you think at least he used to cover a lot of ground, right, and run around a bit. He looks disinterested. Okay. He can't be asked to run.
Ayu had a fantastic run towards the end.
Yeah, finally, Christ.
Yeah. He had opportunities to pass that ball. He got past two players. And then he thought, I'm going to try and get past the third here.
Yeah,
daft. The ball.
Yeah, daft. We're back to the Mavrodidi days where I said there wasn't enough support for Mavrodidi half the time, which is why he ends up getting himself into trouble. Once again, I look at that, and that's because Jordan James has been changed position, perhaps. Like you say, Chris, if Ramsey was in there, and Jim mentioned this to me in our private chat, he says, Ramsey's a professional athlete. Why can't he play? And he's right, and he'll do it in the full time. Sorry to nick it from you, Jim. I'm sure you'll go there full time, mate.
Yeah, but we said, didn't we, at the start, at his age, if you can't do it, players are in the tunnel.
Why? Why? Get back on the bus. Go home. You don't want to be here.
Ramsey's there, so we're going to have one change at least. I will see you at full time, sir.
Yeah, all being well, mate. Yeah.
Sorry,
guys, I'm a bit angry there, but they got to hear it. They got to hear someone say this.
I'll see you at full time, mate. Cheers mate. Now. So, Monga's there. 2 changes. So, just going to check who's actually gone off. Ramsey's on for James. Fuck off, Fuentes. Mongo on for Daka. Fuck off back to Spain. And we'll keep the £250,000, you wanker. What a total wanking substitutions. Ramsey off, for God's sake. What's wrong with you? And you've left Sumare on. Jesus fucking Christ. Maybe we should have had Sean Dyche. I think there's a hole in the net. Oh, there's a hole could be in the net. I can't see a hole. I see no hole. Oh, for fuck's sake, what a cock-up. It's a joke, isn't it? How many how many men does it take to fix a hole in the net? Hi, Clibbo. It is a shit show, mate. An utter fucking shit show. And it's all on Marty's head. And we're off for the second half. God help us. 45 minutes. This could end up embarrassing. Yeah, true. Is Marty a fraud, says Clibbo. At the moment, I'm beginning to look at it. Oh, Monga there having a good, made an effort, corner to Leicester. But why take James off? Why not drop James back into where Sumare is? Take Sumare off and then bring Ramsey on. I don't get him. Ayew. No, it's a corner from Ayew, but it was a bit probably too long for everybody. Monga now on the ball. He's got Ayew for support. Uses him. What's Ayew going to do with it? Plays it across the ground to Chowdhury, who plays it out to Fatawu on the other side. Plays it into the box. And it's another corner to Leicester. Ayew on the top of the net. Maybe if he hadn't actually fixed that hole, it might have gone through the hole and we thought it was a goal. So Ayew now is a centre forward. He's on corners. But actually, that is a very, very, very good point, Clibbo. It's a free kick to Leicester. Is Marty a fraud? I hope you're well, Clibbo. And Reese as well. A manager sticking his oar in. I know it's his job, but for fuck's sake. So we were on top for 2 minutes there. Thomas there with the header. Nice play. Sumare back to Thomas, who gets it back to Vestergaard. Why is Sumare still on? Tell you what, guys, if you're thinking you want a bit of fun, or should I have some fun or go to bed early? You might have some fun if you went to bed early. Let's be honest with you. But at the end of the match, stay tuned for the post match because it's going to be absolutely Thomas with the back heel, which would have been good had there been a Leicester player there to get on the end of it. It is the hope that kills you, isn't it, guys? Vestergaard header to Samare. Harry Winks surging forward. Fataru's got two on him as always. Can't get the cross in. It's up in the air and Hull deal with it. Now Hull can hit us on the break. This is getting the fans going. 4 defenders back, penalty. No! Let's just have a look at this. Oh yes. That Vestergaard. No. I just went there. Well done, referee. Might be the only thing we win. You could well be right, Kevin. I think it will be. Oh, Fatawu gets past his man. Chips it in. Oh. Samare. I mean, it dropped to Samare and Samare dropped it. Vestergaard cocking up in the defence. Claiming the corner, but it's going for a goal kick to Hull. Tell you what, it's going to be very. No, it is a corner. It is a corner. The refs overruled the linesman. I tell you what, it's what needs to change. Everything. We got any more players we can loan? Like 11 of them. There's a corner for AU. Our one striker is on corners. Well done, Marty. Right footed, comes in. Doesn't get past the first player. But it's a free kick. There's a foul. Anyway. 61 in. Please do smash that like button. Too long there for Hull. So throw in for Leicester, halfway in our own half on the far side. Vestergaard, good ball through to Winks. Oh no, it's Ramsey. They look nothing like each other. He holds on to the ball, Ramsey, and plays it all the way back to Vestergaard, who turns on the ball well and leaves the Hull player behind. Gets it out to Wout Faes. Ayew. Ayew loses the ball. Now can Hull break? No. Well done by Ayew. And no foul given. Comes away. Monga's got it. He immediately got two players on him. But he'll get a corner. Ayew. His chest is pumping, I can see it. Here we go, both hands down. It goes in. And it's a Vestergaard's header, nowhere near the goal. 56 minutes gone. Hull City 2, Leicester 0. There's a Hull player down. Well, it was a Faes header. Will this commentator, and I'm on the Leicester side now, and they're using the Hull commentary, and he keeps calling him Faes, making him sound Turkish. And delightful, for those of you that remember it. Anyway, I have a message. For Marty tonight.
I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. If you are looking for ransom, I can tell you I don't have money. But what I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills I have acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. If you let my daughter go now, that'll be the end of it. I will not look for you. I will not pursue you. But if you don't, I will look for you. I will find you. And I will kill you.
Under Keir Starmer, that'll probably get me a police warning. Sort it out, Marty. Well, exactly. Gray remembers that. I can always rely on Gray. So, Taru on the far side. Oh, nice ball. Chip that in. Oh. Ramsey header. Ramsey had a free header then, but it went well wide. But at least we had an attack. Coming up to half an hour gone. Oh, that was Vestergaard getting just enough on the ball to stop it going through to the Hull player. Then it goes forward to Monga, but there's a Hull throw. Whatever Marty is saying on the sideline, it's not having much effect at the moment. Nuts, oh hazelnuts. Oh, Cadbury's baked them and they covered them in chocolate. Oh, Thomas. Is it a corner? So Larchik is saying to the linesman, maybe, Mr. Linesman, if you put your glasses on, you might have seen that came off a Hull player. Yeah. Should never have been a corner, as they say. So if we go down 3-0, this will just be the icing on the fucking cake, won't it? So here we go. Corner. Taken short. And now it's chipped into the box. But it's let go all the way through for a throw-in. Remember this one, Gray? Trio. Our trio. Yeah, love. Be quiet. Or it went something like that anyway. I couldn't have repeated, I think, what he was saying, Keith. Well, Prashad, that's very true. We've just given the ball away, but then Hull gave it back to us. Now Fatawu can. Oh, a nice little ball into Samare. What would he do with it? He'll give it away. No, fuck's sake! Why is Samare still on? He did foul Vestergaard as well. Well, his arm was up as he was jumping. I don't know, it wasn't deliberate. It wasn't an elbow. It was certainly caught Vestergaard's head with his, or his face with his arm. He's on the ball now, Vestergaard. Thomas to Monga. Thomas does the overlap. Can he get to it? He can, but it's out for a corner. A little bit too hard, I think, for Thomas. But then again, if it hadn't been that hard, I think Paul would have got to it anyway. 63 minutes. Are we going to see any more changes? Short corner this time. Monga chipping the ball in. Oh, fuck off! I tell you what, if Marty Cifuentes is saying, if he is saying, well, which is what I'm seeing a lot on the training ground. Let's play our next fucking game on the training ground, and let's all go and watch that. It was. 7 lights off the 50. Come on, guys. Hull did well there. Oh, Vestergaard again. Excellent tackle. It's not. If he says Faiz once more. There he goes. There he goes. Ayu. Got the ball, Winks. Chowdhury. He'll use Fatawu on the far side. Gets the ball in, but it was a fucking awful cross. And now it's a free kick to the goalkeeper because Ayu tried to go up for the header and knock the goalkeeper over. And he can't touch a goalkeeper. No, that's too naughty. You know, it's not a contact sport, football. It's a game for pansies, isn't it? Got to say, Gray, I had my flu jab, as you know, on Saturday. I didn't realise I was done by a Leicester City player, but that was a prick as well. Vestergaard to Faiz. I'm going to start calling him that now. Why not? John has now been banned, so he hasn't just been kicked out, he has been banned. Throw in on the far side. Ayu. Ramsey scores. 2-1, and I can't even get excited. Let's just say that again. Let's have a look. Vestergaard to Ayu. Ayu to Ramsey, yes. Have I ever been so unexcited about a goal?
Go! Back of the net.
Problem is, and I'll tell you what the problem is that Burnley are going to want Ramsey back at the end of the season. I'm sorry, I'm just not excited. Sorry, Keith. Sorry, I just could not get excited by it. Do you know what I mean? But if you want to send your wife round, I'll do a performance for her. Jim. Yeah, unfortunately, like I say, he's not one we've got an option on, is he? He's one we've got going back. But thank you, Burnley. But look, you know, Monga. Oh, Monga beats himself. Who's on about football, mate? I will do a performance for, but it won't be football. Blackburn Rovers 1, Sheffield United 2, Derby 1, Norwich 0, Ipswich 0, Charlton 3. Wow. Millwall 2, Stoke 0, Portsmouth 0, Coventry 2, Preston 0, Birmingham 1, Bristol 2, Southampton 1. Chowdhury, row double Z there. I'll pay. We're going to see any more substitutions. We've had more shots now. We've had 12 shots to their 8. We are on the top at the moment. Samare out to Fatawu. Oh, what we'd give for one of his goals now. He puts it into the box. Oh, no. That's a yellow card for Thomas. Took one for the team there. No more substitutions for Leicester yet. Hi, Ronald. I'll be your substitute. Wherever you... Honestly, if you listen to me on a Saturday and Sunday morning, Dorset Riviera Radio, weekend breakfast show, 7 till 10, you'll hear all these tunes, Gray. www.dorsetrivieraradio.co.uk. Oh, shopping list has come on. Referee's getting a little bit annoyed with the whole... No, the referee said no changes. Oh. God knows what's going on there. like the hacker, Gray. Don't know what that was. I apologise for that. Oh no! What a save, Bastalorchik. Oh, by the way, we made a couple of substitutions there that I didn't see. With all that going on with their players, we've got subs. We have got a Coley on for Thomas. And we've got Carranza on for Chowdhury. I was too busy doing the hacker. Here they come now. That's because they hadn't made it. I should ban myself there. 77 minutes. Too late for the subs. So Coley is on for Thomas. And Karanga is on for Chowdhury. So a bit of who's going to give the captain's armband to. He's passed it to Carranza. Don't think Carranza's going to be captain, though. Winks is captain. So we're going to play 3 centre-backs now. Interestingly, with 12 minutes to go. Now, if Carranza comes on and scores a goal, now, I can understand Winks being captain, in fairness. Well, Fatawu. Ayu's looking for the ball back, but Fatawu won't give it to him. He plays it into the box. Bit too far for Monga, but he'll run and chase it. Faze gets it back to Monga, who can run at his defenders. Plays it in, gets the 1-2. Oh, Ramsey. Ramsey that time way over the top. Way over the top. Leicester City are down to 8th and at the moment as it stands. 17 points. Hull in 7th. Stoke in 6th. Charlton 5th. Bristol 4th. Millwall 3rd. Just a more matter of playing them on Saturday. Middlesbrough 2nd. They play tomorrow. Coventry top. Is there anything left in this game for Leicester? Have you left 77 minutes? Is it too late for substitutions? So Faze runs forward. Ramsey to Monga. Monga manages to get his cross in. Oh, it's a little bit too hard for everybody. A bit too high. I don't know if that was for Winks or Carranza. Yeah, Fatawu came in and the ball went to where Fatawu would have been. Why Tomori stayed on and Ramsey wasn't dropped back to replace him, I don't know. Will that ball go out? Nope. Stalachi keeps it in. Boots it up forward. Puts it upfield. Ends up with Leicester though. Gets it to Fatawu on the far side. He's out for a Leicester throw-in. 10 minutes left. And Leicester lose it from the throw-in, but Leicester win it back. Then Leicester lose it. Then Leicester win it back. Oh, that was too heavy from Fatawu. Good idea. Vestergaard. Winks. Now to Akoli. Samare. Oh, Fatawu, it was too hard for Carranza. Carrying on from Saturday, the crosses and the long balls are too hard. That'd be a throw into Leicester. No, it's gone to Hull. I think the linesman there went on in 38-62 possession. So Ayer's got the ball in this corner. Oh, a back heel to Monga. Little cheeky back heel there, but then Monga gives it away, trying to get it back. Winks, and indeed Winks gets the at the moment, I've got to say, well, you just see if you're watching it, 62% possession to 38 for Hull at the moment. Monga comes forward again. Just whether we've left it too late. The cross doesn't find a Leicester player. Leicester are very static in the box. Samare on the edge of the box. Fatawu, though, he chips the ball in. Oh, it just didn't fall for a Leicester player. It just would not fall for a Leicester player. Oh, no, again. Oh, it just won't fall in that box for Leicester. And now Hull can break away. Feel like a Tracy Ullman song here. 7 minutes left. Might be some stoppage time with all the substitutions. I'm just looking, is there anybody that can come on? Why not bring Piera on and stick him in the midfield? We know. Oh, Leicester intercepted it, but it's out for a throw-in. And there's going to be some Hull substitutions to run the clock down. So Can Leicester make the most of this last 7 minutes? The Coley chips it forward. Only as far as the Hull player, though. And he gets the second chance to Coley. Tamare winks. Doesn't want to lose it there. They've gone to a back five, Hull. Carranza now gets the corner. They're trying to claim offside, the commentators, but it's not been given. They reckon at least 5 minutes added on. Chip in for Mayo. Oh, again, the first player. It doesn't get it past the first defender. Ayu. Tamare. Utaru gets it in, but there's nobody there. Too far forward for Hull, and Stolarczyk, who was way outside his box, collects it, passes it to Winks now on this near side, infield to Vestergaard, to Okoli. He'll find Fataru on the far side. Inside to Samare, cross to Outfaz. Mongo on this near side. Through ball cut out very easily by Hull, and then they get the free kick. Two and a half minutes. 16 Leicester shots to 9 Hull shots. We've only had 4 on target, though. Christensen coming on for Faze. I don't know the idea of that, but at least I won't have to hear the guy going Faiz anymore. And then where's Thomas gone now? Thomas is in the centre. Is he? Oh no, Thomas is already off. Oh God, this is how boring this game is becoming. Time him out, Gray. I've done it, don't worry, mate. Hull win the 2 players on the Leicester player there, and they still managed, and they still, they won the ball, and now they're breaking free, and it's a free kick. No way. As things stand at the moment, none of the relegated teams are winning. Yellow card for Marty Cifuentes. 7 minutes. Wow. Christensen kicks it off the Hull player, and he goes out for a goal kick. Yeah, let's get to 50 likes, to 63 in. So some people are watching this and haven't had the courtesy to click the like button. Well, the Hull manager's been booked 3 times. He's in the stands. Oh, Wings has hit the bar! Oh my goodness gracious me! Oh my goodness! Wow, that was close. Oh, but the whole break. Honestly, this is not doing my heart any good at all. Let me just say that. Monga. The Tigers leading the Foxes 2-1. Oh, that should have been a penalty. Come on! Oh, that should have been a penalty. Well, Winks. It was a net. I mean, oh, God. It's buts and maybes, eh? Samare, Macaulay, Tarwu. And he wins the ball. Gives it away. Well, no, he doesn't give it away. In fact, the whole player got that. Ayu Fatawa with the chip in, but it's headed clear. Oh, Ayu with a shot that's well wide. Oh, no. Oh, Winks out to Fatawu. Lovely ball. We're literally in the last minute of the game here, everybody. Throw into Leicester. No, it's Hamza Chowdhury. That's it. It's full time, everybody. Leicester City 2, Leicester City 1. Better second half, but you can't keep coming from 2-0 down. You just can't. I just don't know where to go with this. I really, really don't. One man is to blame for that, and that's a certain Spaniard. The buck stops with him. It was his team. It was his choice. We will be back in a few minutes. This could, methinks, get very lively, but I just need, I'm going to put it bluntly, I need to empty my bladder. I really, really do. Here we go. I'll be back in a few minutes, and we'll have the full time or the post match reaction.
Listener discretion is advised.
Exterminate!
Evening, lads.
Evening, mate.
Word absolutely failed me. I mean, we're talking Sack Marty here, aren't we?
I actually thought the new graphics you had coming on to the show was pretty good. The little space theme. I mean, it was like 2025 Space Odyssey. I thought it was cool. It was the best.
That was your highlight of the match, was it, Jim?
It was the highlight. The best thing I've seen in the last 2 hours.
Does that explain why they started playing with half an hour to go? Were they coming off magic mushrooms or something? What the hell was going on there?
You are entering the Twilight Zone.
That's
what it was. How can they make me more annoyed? It's like, if you're going to be bad, lads, be bad. How can you do that to me? I'm now completely conflicted and angry even more.
You can't start, and we'll go through the match in a second, but just to sort of look at it in its entirety, at one point, I think we had 62% possession. We were not just doing anything with it whatsoever. AU is the old, barn door with a banjo moment. Daka, it's, give him a month in a bottle and he wouldn't, get his dick in anyone. I mean, it was just a totally poor performance, but it was a totally poor side that was picked. We then started to play in the last half hour, but why do you start playing in the last half hour? You're 2-0 down. You can't keep giving teams the lead. Look at last season. It doesn't work. You put the players that came on, most of them should have started. And don't get me on the substitutions again with Marty. What the fuck was Tamari still doing on the pitch for 90 fucking minutes? Why? Take him off, move bloody James back into the position that he's good at, that he plays at, that he scores for us from. Even the whole commentator said playing up front was negating his abilities. And then he takes him off and bring Ramsey on. It's like saying, you got twin daughters, I'll take one and I'll bring the other one in. What the fuck? So Clibo said at half time, is the guilt? I can't remember exact words here. In fact, did I?
He's got that angry he's frozen, ladies and gentlemen.
I may have said. Have I frozen?
It was frozen.
No. What Clibo said basically was along the lines of, "Are we seeing the real Marty now?" Anybody?
I'll take that one. I don't think we're really sure. I mean, we were on such a Marty high and such a Marty bandwagon. And like we talked about after last match, all the substitutions, all the buttons he pushed, they all worked. And in the last couple matches, it's been the opposite. He has something huge to attest for today. So I guess we'll find out the next match, but he has a huge, huge answer to why he started the players he did and didn't start the players he should have. A lot of this is on Marty, but I think it's too soon to really tell which one. We've got a conflicting, like Tom said, conflicted with the game result. We're conflicted with Marty. Do we think he's rude? No, I think he's better than rude. However, is he losing something? We don't know. So I think we need to find out quickly.
Are we, Wayne, or have we been enjoying the new manager bounce?
Yeah, we have, and it's the same thing as when quite a few Leicester fans bought the turtleneck with Rude. Because we all like to believe a new manager will give us brilliant times. But I think, as Tom says, he inherited a shit squad. I think this is still the main defence that was relegated under Brendan Rodgers, that were lauded for winning the championship the season before last. Got up to the Premiership, was found woefully wanting in the Premier League. And even at the Championship level, I was listening to the Hull commentators and they were saying that we're susceptible to the break. We're very pedestrian in possession. And basically, Hull had our number. And the Hull played through us really easily. And I think what's really quite alarming is the fact that our management staff were getting yellow cards as well during the game. That's not a good sign when your management is losing control of their emotions. And I think, like most people, really, really are angry because they're angry with themselves or feel frustrated with themselves rather than decisions of referees. And I think Marty, his decisions on the first 11 and even some of the people in the squad, I am struggling with in the last couple of weeks.
If you could, Chris, I think Wayne and Tom both hit it. We are dealing with a shit squad, but why not start and play your best players? I mean, it is no secret that James should be out there starting, that Ramsey should be out there starting, that Samari should not see the pitch. There is no doubt, but he's stuck with the shit squad. Why can't he play the players that are the best players? That's the puzzle.
It is, but you could argue that, well, we're playing late Saturday, Tuesday, and then Saturday, and we're playing a Millwall side. I've got to be honest with you, that has actually gone up the table and is now sat in third. So we're not exactly going to get much of the weekend. Let me just go through the scores today, and then we'll start with the match. So it was Blackburn Rovers, and I just say that after tonight, after 4 of the 6 Super 6 games, I have got 0 points. So even that's pissing me off. So I've lost my parcel. We've lost, and I've got no points in the bloody prediction league. What the fuck is going on? Blackburn Rovers 1, Sheffield United 3. They came back, and if Sheffield United can come back from being behind, why can't we? Derby County 1, Norwich 0. Hull City 2, Leicester City 1. You knew that one. Ipswich 0, Charlton Athletic 3. Millwall 2, Stoke City 0. Portsmouth 1, Coventry City 2. Preston North End 0, Birmingham City 1. Bristol City 3, Southampton 1. Tom, not one of the 3 relegated sides got a point today.
No, and isn't there a transitional thing there about the players they're playing as well? Because Southampton have had a similar thing to us, Chris, whereas their fans have been saying, why are you picking X player like Jack Stevens, who hasn't been up to it for a while, right? Same problem here again, right? This is the problem, right? We've kind of got both sides of the argument covered already. It's a squad game in the Championship because of how many games you've got to play, right? The problem is we haven't got a squad. We might be able to cobble together an 11, maybe, but they're still going to need a bit of a kick up the arse to make them work a little bit at times. I still look at the formation, Chris. I mean, I've been saying, like, to the boys, I would change the formation. I think 3-5-2. Look how that worked at the end for us. Look how Preston played against us for 3-5-2. If you can't score one up top, why don't we put 2 of them up there in Carranza and someone else, like maybe Jake Evans alongside Carranza, and then you have someone feeding off Carranza, and then maybe we can play him a bit more to his strengths. I mean, I'm clutching at straws. He hasn't been great, right? But, we've limited ourselves, and Marty is starting to show this limitation, I would agree, in who he's picking and the formation he's playing, and it is frustrating.
Jim, we can't get a... Oh, look, Jim, sorry, I found it from Clivo there. This was at half time. It's a shit show. Let's not sugarcoat this. Is Marty a fraud? Because we can all see what's wrong here. I've got to say, Clipper was talking sense.
Well, I mean, that's the same question sort of you started off with.
Yeah.
I don't think we know he's a fraud or not yet. I think once again, he was making great decisions early in the season. Now he's making some very sketchy ones that's got the fan base puzzled, upset, pissed off, puzzled. And I think we just don't know. I'm like a true fan. I'm not ready to give up on him yet. But right now, he had better not just turn his players' attitude and performance around. He better pick the right players going forward. He has got to. And whether the formation, Tom has a good point, whether that plays into it, but certainly put your best players on the pitch. Because if we had everybody out and they were absolutely horrible, then so be it. We know that there was possibly goals, either tying or winning goals, sitting on the bench that weren't in when they should have been in. So, I mean, Clibbo could be right, but I think right now it's not, the results aren't in yet.
Wayne, look, I've got to say with the formation, you know me, I'd be playing 4-4 bloody 2. To quote somebody better, but yeah, why not, Tom? But we know that this, I don't know what is Pep. It's Pep's fault. You know, will Pep fuck off back to Spain and take all his ideas with him? It didn't work for him last season. This 4-2-3-1 is boring. It's awful. It's playing out the back. Unless you've got world-class players, it doesn't work. Yes. You know. Now, when you've got players that Manchester City have got and can afford, fine. But then everybody looked at that and went, we're going to play that. We can't fucking play it. Go back to 4-4-2 or even 3-5-2. Either of those I'd be happy with.
Yeah, and it's okay. It's like anything. You've got two arguments. One, you get an argument that the system will dictate whether you win or lose a game. The other is that it's the attitude and the skill level of those people playing those systems that will win you the games. And you can play a 4-4-2 or a 3-5-2. If you've got a good attitude, you win with those. If you can play 3-4-2-1, and if the players are not on it, haven't got the skill level or shit attitude, you probably won't win the game. So I think it's a combination. The thing is, one is not working. You know, if one was working, the forwards would have more than one goal in 10 games. That, you know, the stats don't lie. The stats literally tell you that whatever system we're playing, we are not producing goals from that system. And one thing, you look at the stats for this game, and we had 17 shots, 4 on target, and Hull had 9 shots, 6 on target. So they were far more effective for the chances they got. And it goes back to, you know, what's the idea of the football match? What are we actually creating? Or what ideally would you like to create? And we'd like to create really good chances. Now, to be fair, we did hit the bar, and we could have nicked it. And I do think we were robbed a penalty towards the end, but we're leaving it way too late. Mm-hmm. And the reason why we left it too late is the selection was not right. Yep. Marty didn't pick the side that hit the strengths of the squad we've got.
Fair point. Tom, okay, let's say Marty, and I hope Marty comes out and takes responsibility. I don't know whether he will or not, but I hope he does. Because I'm not blaming the players on that, because, you know, the players performed like I expected them to perform. You know, in that formation, those players, we've said at the start of the game, we're going to lose this. We both said that. You know, now, if we're in a position where he's saying, well, you know what? We've got Millwall on Saturday, so I've tried something different. We'll bring the other players back in for Millwall, and Millwall go and beat us.
Yeah. Exactly, it's horrible, isn't it? I'm just literally sat here stunned, Chris. I said to the boys for most of that game, I was sat there staring at the screen like, what the hell is going on here? I think it's culpable on both sides, Chris. I do think it's culpable on both sides because I think, look, the thing that annoys me is that I think people like Daka, for example, have now had plenty of opportunities. They've already had plenty of opportunities. And there's people like me who've actually still tried to defend them. Scott, it's not been an easy time at the football club. All right, fresh start, all the rest of it. We talk about redemption arcs on this channel. You know, they're going out of fashion, don't we? No more redemption arcs for me anymore. You know, irrelevant of who Marty picks. You know, if I was Marty and some of the players the way they played in the first 20 minutes today, there wouldn't have been all the substitutions at the end of this game. I'd have made them example of them. I would have had them off. I would have gone, you're off. And you can literally go to those supporters and explain to them why. Because you literally, it's Marty must be telling them to how to apply themselves, and the fact he had to go into such lengths in order to change it for me shows a massive problem with this football club. This is not the football club we fell in love with as kids. This is not the football club we knew. This is the farthest point away from that football club we have ever been, and it really, really annoys me because I'm looking at this group and I go, I find my players at this football club now generally dislikable on a personal level.
Wow. I'm not, that wow isn't it said, I don't blame you, wow, if you like, I mean, how can, look, we know the players we've got aren't good enough, Jim. We know these are the players that were last year, and we actually managed, the shit that we had, we actually sold the warmer shit bit at the top of the pile rather than the bit at the bottom. But he was getting a tune out of them. And then suddenly, at the weekends, against Portsmouth and now this one, we've become lemmings, haven't we? I mean, it's not, we were going the right way. And look, when we played Wrexham, I defended him, saying that we're on, at least we're getting better. Can't defend that.
No, and I think we all are feeling the same way. Tom brought it up at half. We talked about it offline. There's a liability to each and every player on the pitch, as well as certainly Marty setting it up by the lineup that he puts out there. We certainly were excited about the product that was on the field as the season got going. What we've seen last week, what we saw today, especially, the whole game. I mean, even some bright spots in the second half. You can call them bright spots. They just underachieved from the shit that they were. They were even worse than that. But I do think some of the players don't seem to care when they're out there. And I really thought when we did this post-match the other day, I thought Marty would go in there and he would sort that out. I thought he would go in there and he would hold them accountable to the point of, you're not going to be out there. Well, that didn't show. It didn't show at all. So in as much as he's got to push the right buttons and put the right players on the field, I think these players need to show some desire. And we've seen bits and pieces when players come on with a little bit of energy and assertiveness, but they sleepwalked the whole first half. Every player on the pitch, Tom wanted to send them back on the bus at halftime to Leicester. Yeah. And he wanted them to pay their own fare back. Yeah. That's how bad it was.
We had Dan in, the Burnley fan, and I've got to say thank you for letting us have Aaron Ramsey. The only problem is you want him back at the end of the season. Yeah. And, he turned around to me and said, what would you do? And I said, well, have you got 11 more players we can loan, please? Look, Jim, talk me, we did this at the start of the show, but talk me through that. Chowdhury, I understand, right? Ricardo, he is one that we had to rest tonight. But why not bring him on for the last bit of the game and stick him in midfield?
I don't know. I told the boys at halftime I wanted to see some changes. 3 of the players that we talked about, he brought in, okay? 2 of them instantly. And then he brought Carranza in. But I thought Ricardo, I personally, I know you guys may disagree. I thought Luke Thomas had an awful game. I thought he had an awful game. I would have had Ricky P in there in a heartbeat. But we know that his injury history, and if the physios and the manager feel that they got him on a minute count, and this would make him available for more of the season, maybe. But I would have loved to seen him in there.
Yeah, I think we all would have done. Sorry, Tom.
I was just going to say, doesn't that tell you everything wrong about this football club? The fact that even us are having to go, we're having to manage Ricky P because he's the best we got, but it means he's not going to play half the minutes of the entire season this year. What a mess to be in, unfortunately. Sorry, Chris, back to you.
No. All I will say, I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so.
No, you don't, Chris. No, you don't.
No. Go ahead, Wayne. Tell him.
You don't, Chris. You're waiting for the perfect opportunity.
I don't know what you mean. Just never call me mammy. What I will say is at the start, why have we got Ricardo here when he can't play every single game? But we've got him here, so we do have to manage his minutes. So I understand. But Wayne, Chowdhury, we know how shit he was. All right, didn't particularly do anything wrong tonight. But why not give Aluko a chance? Why not? Like you say, went 3 at the back. Why not do that if you're trying to do it? Christensen coming on at the end. Why wasn't he, getting involved more? As Jim said, Thomas had an awful game, and I keep coming back to it. Samari, he had, and I'm going to say, I know I went a bit mad at half-time, and I apologise, but I was not in the best of moods. And he had 2 good moments. That's 2 good moments in about 4 years. All right, I mean, let's be honest with you. What the fuck is he doing in the team, and what the fuck was he doing on for 90 minutes, Wayne?
Exactly, Chris. But you don't need to apologise, because when you go on one of those rants, it's like we're a married couple. I do zone out a little bit, to be honest. No, but some more. Yeah, go on.
Can I just say, seeing you and Jim coming up with the same comment there, it did make me think.
Oh, football friend.
No, we both felt the same way, and we both were right. So I get how that happened.
I was right with the point I was making, which was those 2 moments.
Well, come on, Chris. His two moments were this: when he left the pitch at halftime and when he left the pitch at the end of the game. Those were his best 2 moments.
But does it not?
He's never scored for us. How many games has a bloke played? He's never scored a goal for Leicester.
But, I mean, even Peter Shilton scored a goal for us, and he's a goalkeeper. Wayne, I mean, I forgot what I was going to say then.
Samari, you're saying Samari.
Samari, the fact that I could watch that first half and go, you know what, Samari had 2 decent moments. That must say how shit the rest of the team is.
Well, that's exactly right, Chris. That is exactly.
I know I'm right. I know you're not telling me anything I don't know.
Okay, Chris, don't labour it. No, but you are. But that's the thing. It's like Samari. You think it's like with the thing about Daka. Well, he just needs a bit of luck for it to go off his arse. I think no, you're settling for not mediocrity. You're settling for you're setting the bar so low. How do you expect these? One thing, like Tom's listening to the Klopp interview, Diary of the CEO, and I'm halfway through listening while I'm at work. My God, what an interview! That is, people ought to study that for how to manage football teams. But he says it. One thing he said straight away: he will not settle for mediocrity. And he played 4 up top. And what did they call it? Heavy rock football, was it? Something like heavy metal football.
Heavy metal football, gegenpress.
Football. And he said basically the one thing he did with Liverpool, because he was in such a mess, he says he gets in, he gets the defence sorted out, he gets the system, and he says when you go on the pitch, you give 100%. 100, not 99. And you get Samari. I've got a note here. Samari, 29 minutes, Samari has the ball, completely unaware. Oh, what a lovely day! It's not, some might come out later on. Somebody tackles him from the side. They get an attack and they get a shot off. That is Samari time and time again. His laser, his thinking is just way too slow. You've got Winks, Faz, and Vestergaard still here from, like Ronald said, 4 years ago, and that's what Marty's dealing. That's what I think Tom's frustration is. Because why isn't Louis Page in the squad? Why isn't Jake Evans in the squad? Why isn't Luca got a bit of a sniff when these players are just through shit attitude and a lack of football awareness and just a lack of basic football skill starting games? I just don't get it. Sorry, guys.
That's all right. I was waiting for you to breathe to get in. Totally true with what you've said there. Can't argue with any of that. And well, the one thing I will argue with, because you said heavy metal football, don't we need grenade football?
Need what?
Grenade
football.
Grenade football. We just need. We have got the ability.
What you were telling us last season we needed.
Oh, was it?
Wasn't it grenade cricket or grenade chess?
Yes, anything like just to score the first goal, and if we just played like we did in the last half an hour, in the first half an hour, coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Steve said, and we talked about this before, Tom. Steve said on the review show last night, these players are signing contracts, which is great. What do we have to offer them? Oh, we'll stick you back in the 21s.
Yeah, exactly.
You signed a new contract with us. Brilliant. Get back in the under 21s.
Yeah, we're getting exactly what we deserve, Chris, because we've rewarded failure. If you reward failure, you get failure. It's that simple. And it doesn't come even from Marty. It's come from the leadership of this football club now for very, very many years, irrelevant who the manager is. I don't really know how we navigate fixing that, because I think that is something which is so deep and rooted. It's like trying to pull a weed out of your back garden that's been there for 50 years. You try and wrestle that bugger out of the ground, you're going to need a chainsaw and probably an excavator to get it out, and it's still probably not going to come easy. I don't know. I don't want to be too depressive about it, but it isn't optimistic for us right now. And this is why we've got to be a little bit careful, I think, with the Marty stuff as well, because while I don't think he's done a good job of it the last few games, I think there could be a lot worse. If we did a Nottingham Forest and got rid of him and got someone else in, we could really slip. But then we might have to accept that we might be mid-table at best, maybe in the bottom half of the table. We're fucked. Sorry.
Point, Jim, that I want to take from both what Wayne said and what Tom was saying then and before is that, it's the attitude of the players that we're stuck, that we've got. They're not playing for the club or the badge or even the money. And even the Hull guy was saying, I think it was Daka or somebody was saying about, is he worth his £30,000 a week or whatever? And it was very true. And I thought, bloody hell, a Hull commentator saying that about Leicester. But in fairness to Marty, this is all he's got to work with. I mean, let's be honest with you, a new manager comes in, he'd have probably looked at that side from last season and gone, there's 40 players, let's say, 35 of you out. Bring in a new 30-odd players. There was a time we could have afforded to do that. Now, unfortunately, we can't. So Marty has got to try and do the best with the... Now, we know you can't polish a turd, but a turd is all Marty's got to play with.
That's true, but it brings back what we've been saying, Tom especially, and I noticed a lot on the chats have been saying it too. Let the younger players play, okay? If you can't sell the Skips and the Wout Foss and Somare.
Give him his proper name. His proper name is, and I wrote it down somewhere, because he's now called Fiez.
Oh, Fiez.
Yeah. Fiez. That was how...
So
that was the most annoying fuck. I'll take the loss. Just get his fucking name right.
I think if we can't sell him, put him on the damn bench, keep him off the team the day of the match, and bring the kids in. I mean, what are they going to do? I think we have a core group of very talented players with James, with with James and Ramsey and Manga.
We got Jesus as well.
Well, my point is, we can sprinkle the kids in. And sit those guys on the bench that are worth nothing to us. If we can sell them, great. Then we'll get some money in, but get rid of them. And if you can't get rid of them by selling them, sit them on the bench, because at least you'll have kids coming in that have the desire and will go out there and play hard. So
100%, Jim. And this is what we were saying earlier. What have we got to lose? You know, you got young player. Look, Monga. He came on. He made all the difference.
yeah,
Immediately had 2 players on him. But that young, you know, he was saying, "I'm going to fucking take you on." What have you got to lose? And
Right.
we're here all the time for all this 100 million we spent on Seagrave. We've got all these youngsters. It's finally paying off. Is it? Because I only see one player out there that's come through the youth academy recently. Oh yeah, you could forget Chowdhury and Thomas. They were, you know, but for recently I only saw one player out there. Only one on the bench, and he didn't even come on. I agree totally, Jim. I agree. Because if those, and I think we said this at half time, didn't we, Tom, that if those players were youngsters, let's say we had 4 or 5 of the youngsters out there at half time and that performance was put in, and we knew why the youngsters were out there. Let's say, for example, I'll stick with Jim. Let's say, for example, that, you know, we play against Millwall, we put the youngsters out, which isn't necessarily the best game to do that, but we put the youngsters out and we play like that in the first half. After this game, most fans would sit there and go, yeah, the youngsters are struggling, but I understand why they're in.
That was for Jim, wasn't it?
That was for Jim, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was for. No, I mean, you can criticize, but I think those Joe's true fans that are suffering right now, like we are, want a change. And if we could see him saying, okay, I admit I've not been doing this. We're going to give the players that want to play a chance to play. Give these kids a chance. We'll give them a chance. We as true fans will give them a chance. And hope for the better. They got to be better than the product he's been putting on the pitch. They've got to be.
Wayne, I said at half time, and I reiterate it now, and I wrote down here, that was the most rude-like performance under Marty. Was it not?
Yeah, it was. And I thought, oh, that's quite harsh, Chris. But then you thought about it and think, yeah, it is. I mean, it's like I'm worried with the players that he's selecting. You know, you look at that lineup and you've got Samare, Winks and James. James has been tried in that position. It didn't work out. And the best position is James alongside Winks with Ramsey. And if Ramsey didn't start, there's 2 reasons. One, so we wasn't happy with James and Ramsey coming off. But then Marty said in his post-match interview, they were both knackered. James played for Wales midweek and Ramsey played 20 minutes and he got sent off, and this is his first full game back. So you can understand why he took them off. But why didn't he start Ramsey? Why didn't he start Ramsey so we could get 1 goal up? Because Ramsey in front of James and Winks is a vastly different midfield 3 to Samare, turgid, doesn't really drive forward. Winks, tidy with the ball, doesn't drive forward. James, who does, but he's too far forward and he's proven that he doesn't really function in that role as a number 10. I just don't get it. And it's interesting. So the man of the matches in the last few games that we've been debating are both James and Ramsey. They are both lone players. We've not been arguing, is it James, Winks, Samare, is it Ayew? Is it Vesta? The discussion has been, is it James or is it Ramsey? So we've been discussing who gets man of the match. And they're both lone players. They're not the 75 grand a week players who are contracted to this club. They are lone players. And that, to me, rings alarm bells. It absolutely rings alarm bells to me.
Tom?
I was going to say, do you mind me answering this thing from Ronald you put up on the screen here?
Well, I'm just going to come to it, yes. I mean,
yeah, let you lead it.
I would say, first of all, how many Portsmouth and all players would walk into our side? I'd have taken the whole fucking Hull team today.
Me too.
I really, really would. And you know what? Because, okay, I don't know what happened to the Leicester commentary, but it disappeared. And I wasn't sorry because, like I say, Matt Elliott, You know, if he did, you know, if he worked, as I said at half time, if Matt Elliott worked for the Samaritans, you'd jump off that bridge. And at least that, you know, and it's nice sometimes to see what other people think of your team. And they were making the point, and I'm going to follow this and then give me your answer on this, Tom. They were saying, like, are we missing Ollie McBurney?
Yeah, exactly. Crazy, isn't it? They're not missing him at all.
If they'd had Ollie McBurney in their team, that would have been 4 or 5-1.
Oh, well, he definitely would have scored, Chris, at least, wouldn't he? You know, because that's what he's been doing every game since he's walked into that blooming place. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, to quickly go back to what Ronald said here, there's a great quote from the late, great Brian Clough, which is, when you look at a team on paper, you might say, yeah, maybe players wouldn't walk into our side. However, like Brian Clough said, if the game was played on paper, we'd have won. But unfortunately, it's not. It's played on grass. And both of those teams that they've played on grass have been better than us. And not just, I mean, quality-wise, you can debate their attitudes. Their attitudes doesn't matter. I mean, how have we forgotten what Nigel Pearson and Steve Walsh brought to this football club?
Because none of those players there go under those managers, and or possibly Chowdhury, but also we've got a dickhead of a director of football.
That must be it, Chris, because like you say, how can you literally have the winning formula that wins you a Premier League? And no one's expected us to win the Premier League again after that. But how, just do it, mate. But how can you change that winning formula of signing players with a good attitude? And how now have we ended up with a group with the most awful attitude Leicester players I've ever seen? I've seen Leicester teams that have got relegated I've liked more than this. And we're not even near a relegation battle, but God knows where this will go next. This is the magical mystery tour of John Rudkin's life, isn't it?
Well, you're quite right there.
I love your microphone, mate. Let's all get our mics out. Come on, mic drop.
Is that a euphemism for something? Let's all get our mics out.
Hey, yours is bigger than mine, my friend.
Oh, here, whoa.
You know, what can I say? You know, if you've got it, flaunt it. But
I haven't even got a mic.
Sorry, Wayne?
I haven't even got a mic.
Well, it's your age. Okay, let me stick, before I come to you in a minute, Jim, but I want to stick, following on from this and what we said, and as I say, Josh Sargent, the Portsmouth fan in the preview, said thank you for not buying him. He'd have walked in, not Josh Sargent, Josh Murphy. He said thank you for not buying him. He'd have walked into that team. Ollie McBurney would have walked into that team. As I said, a lot of their players. I would have taken the whole team today, to be honest with you. Well, let's say 10 and left Monger in there. But do you remember, Tom, we did something quite spectacular in 15-16.
Yeah, it was quite impressive, wasn't it?
It was actually, wasn't it? Yeah. And Mr.
Made my microphone bigger. Sorry, carry on.
Mr. Vardy was actually scoring a lot for us. And then he got sent off.
Yeah, exactly.
And they said, they can't do it without Jamie Vardy.
Yeah.
And we played Swansea in the next game. Was it 4-0?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. And then we had another one, didn't we, where he wasn't playing. And
what I'm saying is, the point I'm making is that they didn't have Ollie McBurney, but they still made us look second rate.
Yeah. Exactly, because we had a team of people that were a team and they all had the right attitude. And if you look at Uzoa, for example, that season, he probably single-handedly off the bench, and when he played these games, got us 10 points. We won the title by X amount of points. That was the difference. You know, having that in your team. It is remarkable, Chris, how daft we are as a football club. I don't understand. We know the club sees this. Of course they do, because we're on a public forum, right? And I'm always trying to be polite and diplomatic, right?
Oh, we found out recently, I think.
Yeah, well, exactly. But the thing is, we're not here to attack them. We're here to try and help them. Look in the mirror. What happened? What did you do? What's happened from 10 years ago when you were shown the path to success? Can't you fix it?
Just if you are watching this particular bit of the show tonight, they fucking sack John Rudkin. Just to get that message across. Jim, are we being too critical? I mean, we're in 8th. We're ahead of Ipswich. We're ahead of Southampton. All three of us lost tonight. All three relegated teams. It's only the second loss of the season. Everybody said, well, last time we were down here, and with whatever his name was, I've forgotten, Enzo, we're doing this. But let's remember, we went a long streak under Enzo where we weren't winning. Are we going a little bit too over the top here?
No, I don't think we're being too critical at all. I mean, is it time to jump off a tall building? No, but we're not being critical, because what we talked about last week was, is there a trend developing? And up until last week, we were concerned. Last week, we said, we'll see. Well, now we're not. We know there's a trend developing. There's things that have to be fixed just within the team and the manager alone. And I don't think, as passionate fans, which we are, I mean, how many people, we love the club. We want to see the club do well. If we're sitting here and analyzing this way, there's smarter football people out there. Maybe not smarter than Wayne and Tom, but certainly you and I, that could actually understand what they're doing wrong and fix it. So no, we deserve to be critical, but once again, it's not the end of the road. But if we don't steer the ship the right way and right the ship, then we're going the wrong direction, and it may not be irreversible. So no, it's time to be critical, but we have to let the fans know it's not the end of the world. That's a tough thing right now, the way we feel.
Wayne, I get totally what Jim's saying. And look, at the start of the season, I was very much like, after 4 draws, this isn't that bad, guys, etc. But looking at 2-1 away to a team that, when we looked at those stats earlier, there was sort of a piece of toilet paper between us. There you go. When you're looking at the stats, there wasn't a lot of difference between us. So it's not like we've lost to Sheffield Wednesday or Sheffield United, but it's the performance, and that's what worries me. We have got, and I think there's always been a problem with Leicester, because how often in the past have we've gone to play in Newport or a Burton Albion or something, and we've put what we would then call the reserves out, and we've lost. We haven't got the sort of squads that like Arsenal and Man City have. 4 changes for today was probably 3 too many.
Yeah, and I think it's like, Hull this is the 3rd straight victory, and even before that they drew, second at home, and they are, so you'd say they're one of the informed teams over the last 4. And as because Tom's like, when you do the championship roundup with Tom, he's so knowledgeable and sets the tone for all the teams, what the strengths are, the form, certain key players like McBurney, and the fact that the beat us without McBurney is crazy, really.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to give you one of these. I'm sorry.
Oh, football friend.
Yeah, but anyway, so I'm probably I watched Klopp's interview, and so you could do that for when to talk about Klopp. Yeah, but basically, that, like Tom says often, any team can beat any team in this division, and the attitude is everything. And that's one thing. I've only got halfway through Klopp's interview, but he says the first thing he's trying to establish is that any team is 100%, and that's what we're not getting. Marty's not. I'm surprised that Marty's not got. So when he benched Winks for his attitude, which was shit, and unprofessional and immature, Winks came back a better player. I wonder what Marty's going to do in this situation, because after Wrexham, he read the right act apparently, because he says there was arrogance there and we shouldn't have let the game slip. And the same on Saturday. And this game, I think it's down to selection. I just struggle to see why he picked the team he picked, why certain people are not in the squad. And there's a lot of people like Daka, Samara. I'm sorry, but I don't get the logic of why they are keeping some of the bright prospects out the squad. I just don't understand it. So, and here's the other thing. A couple of guys, I think Ronald and Paul said in the chat, here's the other issue, which is, I think, serious, is you get Jake Evans signing a new contract. He's not getting a sniff in the team. I know I know he's young and like Monga's young, but it's like we're regressing to what Rue did, playing it safe, playing all the people on big money that are just not. They're not just delivering for one game. They're not delivering week after week, as in their ability to create chances, and just the general attitude to roll the sleeves up sometimes. It's just, I find it a woeful attitude, Chris, to be honest.
I think there's very few clubs in this division that will play as bad as that of an attitude. There's only one I can think of right now that might be in the same ballpark, and that's Southampton, maybe. But I think Sheffield Wednesday were bottom of the league. My God, at least they have a go.
Does it make you wonder, guys, does it make you wonder what Marty's seeing on the training ground? Are these players that Wayne just talked about, that we've just talked about, are they just going through the motions, or are they getting out there and they're pure practice players where you get out there and they bust their ass and then he goes, oh, they're good, they're strong, let's start them? How can they show on a practice?
I said this at half time. I don't give a flying fuck how good they are on the training ground. It's how good they are when they get on the pitch with the referee and the opposition. If I go back to my days as manager in a sales team, I can go into a training session. We can do role plays, whatever you want, and people can come. Yeah, brilliant. But they've got to do it on the shop floor. They've got to get, and if they don't do it, and I'm saying, he's brilliant. He's brilliant in training. We've not made any sales, and it's Friday. Yeah, don't worry, he's brilliant. You can't do it. I don't give a shit how they are on there. I know what you're saying, Jim. I know what you're saying, that the managers, and everybody says well, we don't see what the manager sees. No, we see what they do for 90 or 100 minutes on the pitch. And what we're seeing is a piece of shit. I mean, but I'm not going to go at you, Jim. I'm just saying,
No, I agree.
Can I just say as well, nobody's mentioned it, but I have got my Eurovision hat on, because that's another time when we watch something for 3 hours and it's fucking shit and we don't do very well. I thought it was a bit of a synergy there. Jim, I can see he's totally lost with today's show. He's no idea, probably has no idea what Eurovision is, and he just doesn't get the friends moments. But Clibbo, Clibbo, I had your comment up earlier. Continue to play this system with the same back four. The sack isn't going to be too long away. Where's the youth? Nielsen has been slung under the bus, passed off with watching, pass, nothing. It's true. It's what we've been saying, isn't it? Oxford absolutely loved him. Oxford absolutely.
I was doing the indication I want to go 3-5-2. Sorry, I wasn't swearing at you, Chris. Carry on. Not yet.
I know. I was swearing at you. But yeah, no, totally. We like with all of these youth players. I'm going to go into the second half in a bit of detail if you guys are okay. I have put down here at half time 2 words. Tom, I've put wanking substitutions. Monga coming on for Daka. I get Monga coming on, but you're taking Daka off and you're putting Ayu up front. Ramsey coming on for James. I really don't get that at all. So you've got a player who has been your best player for 3 or 4, weeks, and play him out of position. I mean, didn't we have a clown that did that for 40 odd games last season? Playing a left back at right back. But I'm just saying, so he does that, and then he leaves the donkey on the pitch, who's filling in for his position, brings on our other star, which is another lone player, and takes the guy that scored 2 goals in 3 games and has been our man of the match off.
No, it was completely puzzling. I mean, it made no sense. I mean, as Wayne said earlier, and you just said now, those two players have been our men of the match time and time again because of their performance, what they did on the field, like you said. And it was for all to see. And the first sub bringing Manga in, moving AU up top, I'm okay with that. But pulling James out of the game made no sense and then leaving Samari in, it's bad enough pulling James out, but leaving Samari in was a double blow. And we had no movement in the attacking midfield at all and nobody to follow up. It was, I don't want to say a kiss of death because we scored a goal and we hit the bar. We could have scored again, but we play different when guys like James and Ramsey and Manga are there. We play faster. We play aggressive, not reckless, but we play aggressive. And we need them on the pitch at the same time. And why he subbed him off, none of us can figure out. I guarantee you.
No, I don't. Clibbo, how can anybody defend it? Well, I'll tell you something, Leicester can't bloody defend it, can we? I mean, I think, Wayne, you start with your best players. You give them 40 minutes, maybe, 35, whatever, if you've got another game coming up. But you start with your best team, because when you're 2-0 down, you're playing catch-up, and we haven't got the squad to play catch-up.
No, and it's that old sort of psychology question.
Say what you mean there, Clibbo, by the way. Don't sit on the fence, mate. Samari is a disgrace, sloppy, arrogant shit. Back to you, Wayne.
That's paying it too much of a compliment. No, but sorry, what was the question, Chris?
I can't remember, to be honest with you. Really, can anybody remember? Oh, hello. What's the language? I
got distracted by Clibbo's.
Can anybody remember what I was asking Wayne then?
I can't, but I had a point to put quickly about Jim before, which I was going to say that the interesting thing is, it's like we put a jigsaw puzzle together and then take it apart for every game and put the pieces back in a different order, isn't it? Yeah. AU goes from forward to left wing to attacking mid, and like I'm not defending the players here because their attitudes stank, but it must be confusing for them as well, right? Like, what am I? Am I a centre back? Am I a defensive midfielder? Am I the goalkeeper next week? Is Vestergaard going to be gloving up? Who knows what's going to happen next? Sorry, carry on.
I'm going to go back because I just remembered it.
Yeah.
So, Wayne,
why not do it in the first half?
Yeah. If you're going to rest them for the second half when hopefully we've got the lead.
Yeah.
You can't keep coming back.
Yeah, and I just think it's interesting, that sort of choice where somebody was. That's really, isn't that more of a defensive decision? Defensive strategic position to kind of bring your better players on later on, because Ramsey is not just like a Monga type substitution because even when Monga doesn't have a brilliant game, he will be part of the whole disruptive attacking midfield package as a group that moves the defenders around and pulls them about. But Ramsey is, I'm sorry, he's a match winner. Ramsey is a match winner. It's like Jim, when James went off, I could imagine Jim thinking in his mind, what has James got to do, for God's sake, to get a full 90 minutes, please? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So you've got to start your best players. If you're 2-0 up, you can't, sometimes that can really kill the spirit of the opposing team because, it's a competitive game, but you can gain the upper hand, and it is a mental game, sport. It's a mental game, and you don't want to be 2-0 down. It's a real tough place.
I'm going to issue an apology here. I'm going to be very humble, and I'm going to issue an apology. I know Jim looks shocked. I'm quite
recording.
Because it's not going to happen very often, but I am going to, fuck off the lot of you, I am going to apologise to Kevin, because obviously he knew that we scored before we did, and kind of we had an idiot that was in that gave the game away anyway with a bit of a spoiler, so he's been banned for life. But I have never been as unexcited by a Leicester goal in my life. He actually went and got his missus in and said, come and watch this, see how Chris reacts to this. And I literally went, scored.
I didn't notice we scored, Chris. I was so zoned out. I said to the boys, what happened? I saw it was 2-1.
It was a beautiful goal. He took it brilliant.
It deserved a better celebration, if I'm honest with you. But that is what this team has dragged us down to. That we score, and I'm like, because I honestly did not think, and I'm going to tell you, because we're going to get obviously eventually onto the man of the match, but I'm just going to say I had this. Alan's messaged me with his team of the match and everything, and I actually said he was being generous with his choices, and he said, to be fair, they gave it a good go in the second half. Just stepping up one gear would have been a good go compared to what they dished out in that first half. You know, there was. Even at that one goal, I never looked at it and thought, we're back in this.
I'll tell you what, right after that goal, we almost got another one.
Yeah.
Back. That was close.
Oh, yeah. Had that gone in, then I would have got excited at that one.
Yep.
I'm not going to say.
It would have been 2-2 to 1, Tom, wouldn't it?
Well, Tom would have got 3 points.
They hate me that much. They can't even give me my 3 points of the predictions league, and I'm near the bloody bottom.
Hey, I went for a bloody draw because I thought I might get a point in the prediction league. But
I just picked the wrong team.
It was. I'm going to stop picking the Leicester game in the Super Six. Delarchik kept us in it at 75 minutes, Jim, with a what I would call Casper-esque save. Legs spread, went down and saved it. But no substitutes till the 77th minute. So he made subs at half time, 45 minutes, and then it was over half an hour later, and he thinks in, I better make some more subs.
Yeah. He should have seen the game getting away from him. He had some impact from certainly Ramsey coming in and Manga, but it was really evident for us to come back into the game to get a goal, to get a second goal. He needed to get more substitutes in, and it was too long. And once again, we don't know what his thinking was on the sideline, but we know everybody's sitting watching it at home like us were wondering why the hell he didn't get somebody in before that.
Indeed. When he did make those changes, Tom, you know, I'll come to you. Sorry, Wayne, but I'll come to you because you've been mentioning this, and quite right, Gray. Quite right, sir. I've always liked that, Gray. You know, I think he's a fine man. I like the cut of his jib. We did go through it at the back, and then suddenly we started playing, but it was way, even with 7 minutes added time, I think we played about 10 in the end. It was too late, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, and it makes me think, you know, like, why don't we start with a positive mentality? And actually, the shape was more positive for us to ensure a positive mentality. When we're sat back defending and passing the ball around in the first 15 minutes between Vestergaard and Faze, I think we're asking for trouble. You're sitting that low vibration of, as soon as you make a mistake, you then got to come out and have a go, right? And we didn't do that today, which set me off at half time, as you know. So why don't we just set up with like a 3-5-2 or like even your 4-4-2, Chris, but have a high line and like go, okay, it might mean we have to sacrifice Vestergaard to go over Coley and Nelson. You know, fine, we'll give it a go. Why not? Play a high line, keep the ball up at the end of the game, and look what happened. For the last half an hour, Chris, let's be frank, I'm still furious with today's performance. We could have won that game still, which is a crazy thing about Leicester. What's completely done my head in today, because I've completely gone, well, how can you be that sort of a football team? Because that shows you had it in you to win the game all the time. So what happened with the first 60 minutes of it? So I think maybe a formation change is the opportunity here to really, you know, change our mentality as well. I think the two can tie in together quite nicely, but there we go.
All right, Jim's gone.
That seems to be an every week thing. I don't know why.
It does it to me as well.
Why? I do it to everybody. I mean, Michael said that at least people in the show aren't scapegoating Luke Thomas. He didn't have a particularly good game.
Right.
But then, who did Wayne? He was no worse than anybody else was.
Yeah, I think everybody had a poor game, and everybody seemed a bit uninspired, to be honest, which is a bit concerning, considering we had a drop off in the second half. That is what is concerning, and that's a few times. And I think that, so if Marty says he's addressing it, and sometimes he's saying to the players, look, you can't be, you don't call somebody, look, you're arrogant. You can say, look, we need to make sure we're not arrogant. There's different ways you can put things, but that's what concerns me, because I think it is something that Tom's hinted at. It is the attitude of the players, because you look at the Preston North Ends and the Hull Cities and the Oxfords, and I think in all those games, we've not completely dominated the games. Those teams have been tactically aware, fit players, and who can break. And one thing I do think is, I think the Championship knows that Leicester City are dreadfully slow at the back, either dreadfully slow or just vacate the two central positions. And even the whole commentator says that Leicester, they have a lot of possession, but they are pedestrian with it. What can you do? You're not going to create chances and win games if you're pedestrian.
Thing is, Tom, I did say to Jim earlier, are we being too critical too soon? Look, we have lost 2 games. Middlesbrough have lost 1. Bristol City have lost 2. Apart from that, everybody else has lost 3 or 4.
Yeah, very true, Chris. Yeah, but here's the thing, though, right? It's the manner of it today. Like, we go back to the Great Escape season. It was the manner of the Great Escape, which is what kept us on Pearson's side, wasn't it? I look at him mimicking me here. He loves this. Hey, it allows me to be expressive, man. Let me use my other hand. Look, see, magic. But yeah, no, I think it's the manner of it today, which is the problem. Stop stroking your end there, my friend. That's for after the show. God, he loves to distract me, doesn't he?
That's why people watch this show to see him.
Oh, it's like the Top Gear boys, isn't it? Top Gear boys. Yeah. Clarkson and May and Hammond all over it. But no, like that's the good point, Chris. What you've just said there. The good point about that is there is still time to fix it, like Jim said as well. I know that we're all really hot-headed today, not very happy, but I don't know if it comes from Marty's part of it. Probably comes from his team selection and tactics, but a lot of it's got to come from the players looking in the mirror. I'm not sure you, as a manager, can do that yourself. I think they need to do it themselves. They need to look at it and go, "Well, I wasn't good enough today," or "I need to do this," and then stop pointing fingers at your teammates. Like, I've seen that so often where someone like Luke Faze will point his finger at someone else, and I'm thinking, mate, stop pointing your finger and inspire them and lead them by example. That's what we need to do. We need to be that collective again. And we're one of the only teams in this league that isn't that, as far as I'm concerned.
Guys, get ready for your performances and man of the match. I've put there I'm the Stig, but I could also, of course, be Mr. Willman. I've got a couple of points then, and then we'll get on to the performance man of the match. We'll round it up. Jim, there's a thin line between being passionate and being stupid. Marty got booked. Now, is that the second booking this season or the first? I'm not sure. The Hull manager was actually in the stands because already he had 3 bookings and was banned. And I remember a while ago, Pearson was banned to the stands, went up there and actually stopped up there for 3/4 of the season. And he could see the game better. I think that was the promotion year, actually, and decided he could see more up there. And then after that, Hamza, apparently, I think it was, got booked. Because we all, the commentators thought that Marty was going to get sent off. I think it was Hamza that got booked. And it doesn't really do. I mean, it's stupid. I mean, not for Marty, because, if you get sent off, he's in the stands, isn't? But, Hamza, what's the point? You're on the bench. You've been subbed off. Just calm down, because if, we need every player we've got, even Hamza, and that's saying something. Surely, these are adults. They should be able to control themselves. I mean, you never find us for going mad, would you?
Let me get my microphone here. So about that question. No, I think you'll see in plenty of different sports, a manager or a head coach sometimes wants a light of fire under their team. There's been an old adage. Some people believe it has nothing to do with it. Some people think that he can fire the team up saying, hey, he's got our back. Let's go out and do it. This game was too late to do that for him. Granted, he was pissed. He was upset about the play, so be it. But Hamza is out of the game, sitting on the bench, and to get booked, that was pure stupidity. You have to control yourself on the field. You have to realize when you've crossed the line. Certain refs, we all know, let games get out of hand, and that's when the passion, that's when the frustration comes into play. But this was a situation where Marty got booked, didn't really phase the team any. But what could have happened with Hamza, that would have hurt us bad. So yeah, they got to be smarter than that. This team just needs a true attitude adjustment. We talked a minute ago about passion of the players. I think some of these young players want that chance, and when they come on, they get the chance, and they could fire up some of the players maybe who aren't given 100%. I'm anxious now to watch the documentary, the thing Wayne was talking about with Jurgen Klopp, because you got to be able to hold them accountable to 100% while they're on the field. You have to. And this is where it's such a critical crossroad for Marty right now.
We could have won it 92 minutes and 44 seconds, Wayne. Should that not have been a penalty for us?
Absolutely. Even the whole commentators says they got away with it. Definitely caught him, definitely in the box. I think if VAR was around, we would have got it, but we've not got it. But yeah, that was a penalty. So that was a draw, hit the bar. And that's a frustrating thing. I mean, too little, too late, coulda, woulda, shoulda. And that's the story of this and other matches, actually. And I think it's the pattern of the last few matches that is sort of last month that is concerning me, is the selections and different things like that. And maybe this is the first real chance that Marty's sort of, as Rude had a sharp intake of air, he panicked, he couldn't handle the pressure, he didn't follow through in what he said. And this is a really good test for Marty. This is a tough test, and he's got to dig deep, get the team together. I sound like Jim. This is typical Jim speech. He's got to get the lads together, get the team spirit going. And I think he does need to be. I did think he would be more brave at crucial, pivotal times.
Maybe they should get the team. Yeah, maybe Marty should get the team to watch the Jags versus the LA Rams NFL. No. Just saying.
Okay.
Just saying.
At least you get to go to bed after this. I got to watch the Leafs in an hour's time. Imagine how bad my night's going to be.
You won last night.
I give him credit. At least he got the right team. It wasn't the Panthers.
I know. They're going to have to change the name. Where the Panthers are, I don't know.
You know what Wayne said is dead on, and it's not just he's got to coach him up. That was when he was trying to bring the team together early in the season. Every time they made a mistake, he coached. It's time to hammer down. It's time to sit their ass down if they're not playing right. It's time to put the foot down and back it up. Someone said in the chat earlier, he's got to back up what he said. And really it's time to discipline. You were shit out there and you aren't going to play again until you show something better. So I think this is the time. This is the hard coaching.
The last question before we get on to the performances, etc. Tom, there's a saying that you learn more from a defeat than you do from a win. What will Marty hopefully have learned from this?
Well, hopefully,
I'm proud of that question.
That's a very good question. You should be on Diary of a CEO, Chris, doing those sort of questions. Might work. This is just the beginning for Chris, everyone. That was very cool. Well, what he should learn is what Jim said there, like how he needs to deal with this group going forward, because I think he's coming softly, trying to encourage them. I think now it's time to throw some bricks off a wall. I think now it's time to. And also, I hate to say, I like managers protecting their players. I wouldn't protect the players anymore now because I think they're making him look bad. So I think I'd throw a few of them under the bus to make a point to everyone else. But also, he's also got to learn that he must pick the right team. Because I think now we're seeing that he's trying to squad rotate for legs, for sports science perhaps, but it's really not helping the overall picture of what we're looking like as a football club, and it's getting on fans' backs a little bit. So like you say, pick your best team, Marty, and it might involve looking at your under-21s a bit more closer.
We are sat in 8th, as I say, with 17 points, only lost 2. This time tomorrow night, we could be looking at being sat in 10th. West Bromwich Albion are playing tomorrow. Queen's Park Rangers are playing tomorrow. They are West Brom are on the same points as us at the moment, 17th, and QPR are on 15th. Nobody else can overtake us, but we could end up down in 10th. Right. The votes are in. The ballot boxes are closed. And we are going for our performances and man of the match. Alan sent his in. So, Tom, the performance there.
Oh, I was hoping you didn't come to me first. I didn't bother writing any notes the second half. I'm going to go with a 3. They get 3. They get 1 per 10 minutes they played well. How's that sound?
Jim? No, it's your choice.
I wish you would have come to me first, because I had 3 written down the whole time. I gave him a 6 last week because they played the tale of two halves. They were excellent in the first half, and then gave him a 6 in that. But they were a 3 today. They had no desire. There was those tiny bright spots in the second half. Not more than a 3.
Wayne?
Do you mind if I just say Tom and Jim in a tree, KISAING?
Football friends.
He's not my demographic, mate. But all right.
I know. All I was doing, I was getting in before Chris, because any slight thing where you have, you know, that's a really good point, mate. It's like, ooh.
He's got a graphic now.
Yeah. Look, it's my job. This is what I'm here to do. In my contract.
I'd say 3. I was going to say a 4 because of the way they came on the second. Yeah, I'd say 4. Yeah, because of they could have won it with it if they got a penalty, hit the bar. Irrespective of what the manager's doing during that period of play, that was excellent. It just wasn't. It was just in the wrong half. Basically,
fair.
I and that's point. So you've gone for 4, haven't you, Wayne? Yeah. I kind of buggered myself up last week because I went for 5 against Portsmouth. So I'm kind of up shit creek without a paddle.
Because you're going to agree with one of these, aren't you?
No.
Ooh.
You always finish that with football friends. They gave it a go in the second half, said Alan. They shouldn't have had to give it a go. They should have. And Marty is the one to blame for the majority of it. How can you vote, or give a team a decent score? And I'm going to say, Alan has given them a 5. Ooh. I can't go for 5 because of the performance last week, where we were pretty decent in the first half. I've got to do this, and I hate myself for doing this, but I'm sorry, that performance over the 90 minutes, okay, they played well for the last 20 or so. I'm going to give them a 2. I think they were that bad today. The number of times, like I say, within the first half an hour, Fatou had lost the ball 3 times. The number of times that there was a long ball played through and it was too hard. You should be able to, whatever you say about Vestergaard, he can play those balls. No other fucker can. Hayes tried it and it went straight out for a goal kick to Hull. Passing, we couldn't pass fucking wind tonight. You know, we played passes through and we'd give it to Hull. A number of times I wrote, Leicester have won the ball. No, Leicester have lost the ball. Do you remember that? And I went to see, and you bear with us on this, Jim, but I went to see Fawlty Towers, the play midweek.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a thing in that, and it was in this series as well, where he was putting the moose head up, and Polly's on the phone to Sybil, who's in the hospital, and she answers me, yes, it's up, and it's down again, falling off, and that's what I felt like today. Leicester have won the ball, we're giving it away again. I'm sorry, it's the simple things. When you can't do the simple things when you're on 75 grand a week or whatever, you get a 2 from me. Man of the match, Tom.
Well, I need my hands for this. I realised the players didn't give a crap, so I thought I might as well write every player's name and put it in my hat. So I'm literally going to pull every. I've even put players.
What you were playing with there, to be honest.
Yeah. Mate, they didn't care, so why should I care to really put an effort in? So I'm just going to pull a random name out of the hat. They might not even have played, but let's go. Bobby Decordova-Reid. Oh no, he definitely didn't play, but then who did? Right.
Don't pull out Samari.
Okay, I've got Ramsey. Ramsey, that seems legit, but Ramsey wins out of my hat. But that's how much effort they gave. That's how much effort I give to making them feel good about themselves.
Jim.
I wish you would have let me go first.
Not again.
Because I looked at the tape of the second half, and I just think Ramsey makes the biggest difference when he comes on. And I really, really think that I'm not going to pick him. I like him. I'm going to say Fatawu. I thought he had a lot of opportunities in the second half to get the ball in the box, and he got quite a few in. So I will say Fatawu.
Oh, interesting. Wayne?
I'd say Ramsey. I think even though he only came on for the second half, he is a match winner. He embodies everything you want in a player that is contributing to a winning or battling side. His skill level in taking that shot with zero backlift, delivered straight under his feet to score that goal was as impressive as his one where he kind of did that scorpion kick last week. And he's only on for half a game. He's a lone player. He's getting man of the match. And we've got loads of players on 70 grand a week. They're not fit to lace his boots. So definitely Ramsey.
Aaron, well, he seems to have this player in as his sort of fail-safe. If he can't ever pick one, he goes to this player. And he's gone for Winks, which, I kind of get. I wouldn't have given it to Winks.
Winks embodies everything that Leicester was. Like I said, 60% possession, but it's meh. It's meh. Winks is meh.
I know Fatawu gave the ball away for the first goal, but go back and watch the first goal again and tell me Harry Winks could not have kicked it away if he actually could give two craps.
See what you mean. I get the Ramsey thing. I do. I don't. I'm sorry, Jim. I don't get the Fatawu thing at all. For me, he was awful tonight. Like I say, he gave the ball away more than a netball player, and they're supposed to. But that's just my opinion. You know what I mean? I respect yours, and I've written Fatawu down. I've only ever done this once before, and I think it was possibly last season when Rude was manager. I am going to go as my man of the match for Asmir Berkovic, because he was lucky enough not to have to come on the pitch. And you nearly took my thunder away there with your Bobby Dickova read, Tom.
Yeah, that was by pure chance, though, what I managed to pick out of a hat, Chris. This wasn't some sort of statement, was it? I thought you were going to say no one. Because I thought
Well, I might as well have said no one, wouldn't I? Because there was nobody there that I can pick that impresses me. I'm just going to have a look and see on the BBC, because they always have the details up, don't they, of how people have voted. Report. Let's have a look here. So the man of the match was Miller from Hull with 8.35. Their lowest mark was Nadal with 5.62. Leicester City's well, with that we went down to the twos. If I'm honest with you, our man of the match, and I get why you've gone, why he's got this again. In fact, you'll all be happy with this. Ramsey at 6.46, Winks at 6.25, and Patawu at 6.23. Patawu was doing it, but I say just for me didn't have the sort of the end product tonight. As in Rowe did a lot of other players. Even Ayew, sorry Jim, I'm not picking on you, but your other favourite player, even Ayew tried to. He got past two players and then thought, well, I'm prime time Messi here. I'm going to try and get past the third, and lost the ball. But I am seriously going for Bekovic, because nobody that was on that pitch really deserved it, I don't think. Yeah, Ramsey got the goal, but I hate giving man of the match to somebody because they got a goal. And I'm also tonight, for the first time in a long time, I thought I'd put this out to grass, to be honest with you, but I'm going to pick a donkey of the match.
Ooh, different.
Yeah, which obviously last season was a bit of fun because we were so awful last season.
Let me get my hat back.
It was so awful last season. So, and my donkey of the match is good. And don't worry, I'm not coming round to everybody for this, so don't worry. No, because just me on this one, because I didn't really want to bring this back, but I am going to. My donkey of the match is Winks, did that say?
Yeah, I said Winks.
My donkey of the match is Marty Cifuentes, because he could not have picked a worse team to start. Somebody said in the chat, if we can see it, why can't he? He's picked that team. He's just going to pick a team that he thinks is going to win. And he picked that team, and we all looked at that and going, we've lost this. So what was he doing? So I'm sorry, my donkey of the match is Marty Cifuentes.
It's quite sad how many times we're predicting these things in the pre-match now, Chris, me and you, isn't it? We seem to be reading it very well. So hit that like and subscribe, guys. And thank you for tuning into the show today.
Yeah. Rounding it off, because Jim's got the rest of the day to play with. We've got to all go to bed, not together, I hasten to add. But we're going to go with Jim's 3 things that he's learned.
All right. So, first thing we noticed, and we noticed it really quick, we are not what we thought we are. Okay? Team-wise, we were just riding along with this wave of optimism and we're all that. Well, in the last couple of weeks, we're not all that. So we got some work to do. We learned that we seem to be in the need to select the starting lineup, because why the didn't Ramsey start? We've said that 1,000 times over. So we learned that starting next weekend, we need to be doing the starting lineup for Marty. Okay. We also learned that this game was so boring that at a point in the second half, Chris was looking for a certain Luke Thomas who wasn't even on the pitch. And he was looking in his watch along, and Chris says, "Where's Luke Thomas? He's over." Well, where is Thomas? And then he says, "Bloody hell." He says, "This game is so boring that Luke Thomas isn't even on the pitch." So we learned that the game was boring enough that we lost a player.
I thought I agree that I said that, but I thought I didn't remember saying it about Thomas. In fairness, I will go with you because I thought I'd missed the substitution or something, because somebody was on the pitch. And I was thinking, like, why is he on? Yeah.
And on top of all that, of all the years that we have watched you on a show, that was the least excited that you've ever got for a Leicester goal. You were dead on. And I have it recorded. So I know you have it with the archive. So when everybody wants to look back at 66 minutes and 40 some seconds. Here.
Bowen on the far side.
It's coming.
Are you? Ramsey scored 2-1, and I can't even get excited.
That was great, Chris. That was great.
I can only do what I feel, and I also apologise to Kevin's wife as well, because she came in expecting a huge celebration, and there wasn't one. Great, and we'll end with this because it pretty much sums it up. We're shite, can't pass, and give up too easily. All of those things and a lot more as well. Guys, thank you very much. It's just a thing. Got Millwall on Saturday at Millwall.
Let's hope the bus breaks down on the way there.
Yeah, we still have to play them at some point. Can't we just know what we could do? I don't know, I've got it. It worked for Sheffield United. I think it's 5 players get sent off. You forfeit the game, or the game's called off.
Let's do what the Blackburn game happened. Do you remember what I said about if we start losing these games at home, let's just flood the pitch with 10 minutes to go with an accidental flooding, and then we can replay it, Chris. We'll get around this somehow.
Chris, remember this. We love our club. We're down because we played like hell. We will be back. We just need to keep the faith. All right?
Oh.
You must remember this. So I thought you were going to burst into song then.
No.
I was tempted to do That's Life by Frank Sinatra. That's life. That's life.
On that note, me singing, I think we better end it. Tom, thank you as always. Jim and Wayne, brilliant post-match.
Thank you, Chris.
I got my tin helmet out, Gray, ready for the win, and that's just for the post-match on Saturday. Remember, like, subscribe, and do all that shit as well. And thank you very much. And Tom, you really do need to sort that dandruff out. I'll see you all tomorrow night, 9 o'clock. Good night.
Cheers.
Thanks for watching. These videos are tremendous. You better like them too, or I'll be back.
This podcast is proud to be part of the TalkSport Fan Network. TalkSport. Powered by fans.
That will conclude this evening's entertainment.